Yeah, I just got a message from Bessa. Yeah, she was hard eeping. I think she's coming in.
Okay, well then, let's probably hold off on starting the talks for a little bit, try to give them some time to get in. But
Yeah, give her a bit.
Yeah,
we have everybody here. We can finally talk about it. In character instead of out of character. And now, crashing. 3, 2, 1. No.
Look, I'm worried.
I'm gonna say she fixed her Gambison. Voices, you guys are active, however you wish. Morning.
Morning. You slept well?
Fortunately, yes. Comparatively to the last few days, it's been
That's good.
nicely, well, typical.
Right. I admit I'm not used to sleeping the outside again. A little too used to the airships.
Yeah, well, I mean, you could have if you wanted to. I mean, they want us mostly out of the way during the day so that they can kind of do their thing with it, but I mean, they're not working in the night.
That's true, but I've been in that bed a bit too much the
Morning,
last few weeks. Finally
Hi,
feeling a
Barrett.
little better. Morning.
Oh, trust me, I get that. Although, granted, I am perfectly fine with sleeping outside as long as I am waking up in the same place I started.
Yeah, I prefer you not wander off and go sleepwalking again. That's the last thing we need.
Listen, at this
Even
point,
if
I don't...
know it's not your choice.
well, see, at this point, I don't even know if the term sleepwalking is appropriate or not.
Sleep falling, sleep cliff diving, sleep jumping in the water. At this point, you've got a lot of things to do. Morning.
Yeah, you better believe I have all sorts of accomplishments that I can
Well,
pull off only while asleep. Can't beat the allegations. Hi.
More about this whole sleepwalking issue.
I don't want to talk about it. It's been
Fair enough.
but hopefully you've been fine.
Yeah, thankfully I haven't gotten any of these strange prophetic dreams I've been mentioned.
Good for now. Good to have that happen, and
Well-
it's good for you to not have those so far. Last thing we need is getting more people involved in this bullshit.
I'd say it's only a matter of time the longer people are around. Either just idle curiosity. What was that, Rowan? You kind of trailed off a little. Oh.
I'll be out in a second.
Understandable.
Alright.
Looks like he was having a bit of a headache.
Yeah.
It happens.
He hasn't been.
It's a problem.
He hasn't really been
Ever
in
since
the.
we got here, knowing that all these headaches have starting to happen again.
You know, with the snow melting and everything, it's probably allergies. The kind of headaches you get from those are awful. Especially like
You
with
tell me.
like the amount of like back home in Fevira, the amount of like different plants that produce all the fun stuff that gets up in the air just drives you nuts.
Overall, I still need to get used to some of the heat, honestly. Like, even in the spring weather, it's... Listen, when you're from northern Droza, you kind of get used to the cold. As soon as there's a little bit of heat, Last time it hit me in the summer, I was not doing well.
Morning, Isaiah.
You remember that?
No, yeah, I know you're not.
Hope you are doing well.
Best as you can be in the morning.
Well enough.
Sorry
Going on
about
your
that.
morning
I had
patrol?
To go to the mess hall and grab some meal. Or something to chow down onto. Would any of you be interested in joining with me?
I think we have some
Well, I wouldn't
ingredients
be
around here
against
that we're
it. The
about to
problem
cook,
is
but-
we
Yeah.
still need to have some
I'll sit
conversation
in a minute.
specifically about Lumen's potential newest member, so we're gonna need to do some team talks.
We're just waiting
But,
for
potential later.
we're waiting for our last to get up and about.
I may as well go with you.
That said, you know,
And attack.
it has been a while since we had our
Isaiah,
morning
nice.
tradition of actually you know, cooking together as a team in the morning. We mostly did that when we had the campfire. Now that we have an actual kitchen, that job usually gets taken away from us.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah,
last time we also had an extra member and a goat with us, so...
Alright,
Well-
what do we have here? I have some things gathered, some vegetables and whatnot, but not exactly an expert at this.
It's perfectly
That's fine.
fine.
Take
I
your time
mean,
with it.
compared to a lot of stuff that we've had and some of the more esoteric things that people have been making lately, I feel like you just trying to make something normal will be more than acceptable. As long as you are
Should I be worried?
Worried? No.
What do you mean by esoteric then?
the things that some people have been passing off as food lately because they get bored.
Gods.
Could be a lot worse.
Oh
Remember
yes,
back
they
in
could
the
be
day with
playing
Pippin?
Toss the Hammer. Oh, that.
Excuse me?
Oh,
Did you not see people doing that in
People-
Best in Bay?
People... No,
got
I was
bored in
busy
Best in
literally
Bay, it
doing
seems.
other things and potentially looking into fucking Palvindor.
I'm well aware of that fact. However, some people decided that a good idea was to play Toss the Hammer and nearly threw it into people that were not involved in Toss the Hammer. One of which was
right.
Miss Rin.
Shit.
The other was Gellert.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not surprised. It's more the fact that, you know...
Hey.
Morning. I'm not surprised the fact that Rin was part of that. It's more of the problem that... I mean, one would assume they'd be a little bit smarter than that and not toss it potentially into people.
Well,
we're doing it right outside the main gate.
yeah,
Even better.
yeah.
Next thing you know, they hit a noble in the head, and then we have another fucking fiasco on our hands.
Well, fortunately, the nobles, for the most part, left most of us alone.
You never know. You never know.
I think they just kind of want to keep their distance from us.
That's
I feel like there are a lot of people
So
who want to keep
much.
their distance from us.
That was the part I wasn't going to say out loud, but yes.
I mean, we're gonna have to face the music somehow. No
I'm-
use
I'm-
beating around the bush.
I mean, I'm not.
yeah,
I don't
only
think
trust
anyone
them
was.
much.
I don't think anybody was pretending that wasn't the case. It's just more of like a everyone knows it, why talk about it sort of thing.
I get that.
Excuse me.
You right there, Jim?
Yeah, still that same cough. Thought I got rid of it for a little bit of time, but
Morning.
guess not.
Hi, Ezra. Hi, Ezra.
Morning. The cough itself is a little concerning, but
Has he asked
I've
for
been
a?
taking stuff
Did he
off.
ask for like a title of any kind, or are we cool just calling him Ezra? Like,
I mean, you keep calling him Mazda. I think, isn't he supposed to be like commander or something? Like he's our new head? It's a little
Well,
bit
yeah,
weirded
well, I
out
mean-
by the entire fact. But,
well,
you know,
I mean, I met him before I
yes,
even knew
Jesus.
that, so I knew it. First way I knew him was on a first name basis. It feels weird to go off of that now. Like, the guy
Right,
seems
you're
even
busy.
the guy seems even more casual than Malik was about the whole matter.
I mean, I would assume that after a while, especially with all this bullshit that is happening, I feel like people just kind of get used to all of this.
Yeah, fair enough.
Either way,
Either way, if he does have a title he goes by, I'm not sure.
I mean, he hasn't
Yeah,
yelled at
it's
me
just
for
switching-
calling him by his first name
switching
yet,
up.
so
It's
until
good to
he
hear.
does, I'm gonna just leave it at that. I mean, I kind of got a feel for how his
I think here comes Ventus. All
general care for certain subjects came up when he just kind of took the whole arm thing and just slammed it down the table, no fanfare, in a bunch in front of people. Wow, I'm having a stroke. In front of a bunch of people. Thank you. Okay.
Fine.
overall,
Morning.
seems to be fine with everything so far. So
Hi.
good to see you.
Morning, morning.
Morning, Winters.
Hi.
But yeah, he's a bit hard to read. We'll figure it out, I'm sure. Or he'll tell us eventually if he gets annoyed.
I think
Sooner or
reading
later.
is not going to be that much of a problem. I feel like he seems pretty straightforward. It's just more the idea of how his leading style will be the issue, because I still, at least currently, have no fucking clue when it comes to that.
I mean, we haven't really seen him do a, like, formal address to everybody, and that kind of says a lot about how somebody tends to lead just by how they handle themselves with that sort of thing, so probably we'll get the first sort of indication of what his vibe is going to be when we do sorting in 2 days.
I mean, we're gonna have to deal with him anyway, because I'm pretty sure people like Octaris or Octavian are not gonna let him do anything without, getting the proper shit done. If he's gonna be like, I don't want to have this sort of talk, I'd be like the two of them are just ready to slap his little head by the back of the head.
I don't think he's going to be that casual about it, but I mean, like, as far as, like,
so far he's not really doing anything to prove me wrong on that front.
Well, I think he deserves the benefit of the
I was going to
doubt.
say, we've had him
Because-
for...
I mean,
Proving
absolutely.
you right.
He's from a vastly different background than the lieutenant was. Lieutenant came in from, like, a much more strictly militarized situation than we were, and I feel like they were almost disillusioned by the, culture shock. Can't exactly
That's why I was
blame
personally a lot
her.
more comfortable with the previous lieutenant.
Hope she's doing well.
I hope so as well, at least.
Given her circumstances.
Last time I saw her, she seemed seemed pretty out of it.
Given her circumstances, I'm not surprised.
The pathways were
Morning, Jackson.
Hey, Jackson.
rough, to say the least. Morning.
Yeah.
I did what I could, but
I feel like,
I mean, there's
given
no stitching that back together.
given what we're dealing with, I feel like you are going up against the effects of something far more powerful than anybody here. It's not it's not a thing to feel bad about, to the extent of thinking that you didn't do enough. You tried.
No,
I wouldn't say that.
I did what I could. I'm not beating myself up over it.
Right.
But I don't know if it's a thing of power, just finesse. I just don't know what to do.
Some
It's
people decide to be
complicated.
leaders with an iron hand. Others people decide to be smooth with words. Other people have all kinds of strategies together. We still need to kind of also realize where we are and the situation we find ourselves in, and also your own history. At least the last time I checked, from when we talked about your past, you don't really have any sort of authoritarian like military background, do you?
I would say far from it. There you go.
Well, there you go. I think in your case, it's going to be more kind words and facts that probably will be the cause for you to be a good leader. And so far, you've not disappointed, at least.
I mean, I have no
I'm
complaints
glad to
about
hear
your
that.
leadership style.
We all
Caldwell.
have flaws. of
Hello,
course.
Professor.
Morning, Professor. There you go.
Appreciate it, Captain. Do you want to sit down with us as well? I know you probably wouldn't want to eat the food, but at least...
Well, in case you were worried,
company, I
Rowan, it
assume.
turned out perfectly fine, so...
Oh, that's good.
I'm understanding.
Fair enough.
good.
Care for a
Depending on
bowl
view
or?
up here, it would seem Monty has stopped by to visit.
Oh,
I see.
I'm happy to see he's still alive and
Oh.
well, at least.
have to try to catch him before he
Better or worse.
inevitably disappears off somewhere.
Yeah, maybe want to catch up with him on all that sort of stuff.
I
Make sure
have
you got
a...
your own little-
Well,
Oh, that's hot.
he was somebody I was a bit of a confidant to regarding all the stuff, but there's also a thing that I very much would like to inquire with him about from when we last spoke. Because
Makes sense.
I want to know what the hell he's thinking.
Are you sure the bird brain's got a couple ideas on his mind about what you're going to tell him? I'll leave that conversation to you.
Yeah, it would take more time to explain than to just go off and do it.
Hold on. Can I ask you something?
Sure.
Specifically wanted to ask your expertise when it comes to your own, well, tactical history when it comes to Weldon Keep, as well as, I would say, forming units of your own. I think we're still waiting on Sunny. She seems to be a little bit lacking behind, but we wanted to still have a conversation specifically about potential team members for Lumen. Do you have any input on that potentially who could be good for us? I mean, so far we have 2 candidates, but I want to potentially see your perspective of it as well. Who might be a good addition to our team.
No, I don't really. The issue is with how Weldon Keep trains. It's different from here. We have a small force with set teams. While we did occasionally have set groups, largely we're all trained to be able to fit in where needed. We train to be standardized,
Assumed.
not so much specialized.
That was one of the first things I was surprised about when I got here in Rosewood, is the fact that you actually had separate teams. In that sense, one would assume that you probably start to learn how to get along with each other in that sense, but I mean, what am I supposed to do, yell against the leaders? You think I'm gonna be the one to start causing shit by yelling at Malik about the strategic choice?
I'm unsure. Well, I understand it's been like that since before we joined.
Even before you were around?
Correct.
Good.
Very different.
Mm.
We may have had sets,
mean-
regiments, and teams, but everything could shift around within them. Even the few night orders that were around would train to be able to shift around freely.
Yeah,
I imagine the
so far I've got...
biggest thing is flexibility in the first place. Simply just overly rigid structures are the most weak when something that causes them that need to adapt comes up and they can't. He's having a headache. Give him.
No. That also depends. These are, especially for Weldon Keep, those are structures that have been set for a long time. Properly set, it allows a certain level of flexibility, but
Oh, I believe. I mean, things are designed in such a way that there's none whatsoever. That's more what I'm talking about.
When it comes to that, maybe I'll need to do some of my own mathematics. I've been thinking about potentially writing up smaller sub-teams specifically.
I think it's warm
Maybe
enough
looking
where
into
else
specifically everybody's
any
talent
food
and
will
then
stay warm for a bit.
seeing
Kill
where you
the
can filter
fire.
them into. Go for it. All good.
It's warm enough that I don't think it's going to just instantly get cold.
Oh yeah, no, by all means, make the Drozen sweat a lot more. That's probably gonna be a lot of... Probably gonna be fucking attracting animals by the end of the day.
Oh, shut up. You know we can clean up, right?
Oh yeah, no, absolutely. Still...
Well, if there's going to be a bit of a delay, I might at least try to run by and catch him to let him know, hey, I'd like to ask you something, just in case his time is a valuable commodity that cannot be spent with us, or, you know, someone tries
By
to
all
punch
means,
him
if
again.
I don't have a need to meet Monty. By all means, give him his greetings from me. But
Sure.
if you all want to split up, I don't mind like waiting till Sunny is here, and once she's there, I'll grab both of you, and then we can have that proper discussion.
Yeah, once she's up and about, or we are certain that she's not feeling well, we need to sort this out. We only have
I'll
a few
check.
more days.
I'll check in with her from time to time. All good.
Okay, I'll be back in a bit. Where is that bird brain? Heard old Monty's around. Know where he wandered off to?
I believe he's over in the mess hall.
Gotcha.
You guys are like other stuff on you.
Kinda get it. I think, yeah. Thanks.
I mean, it's better than having a bad one, right?
I prefer not to have much of any musk if I can avoid it.
Doesn't look like he's
If we could
here
have like a
now.
musk-free zone, that's like preferable. But
Okay, well, he has wandered off. Okay, well, if I were... Hello again.
Nice sees you!
Hey. I figured you'd be around too if he was here.
Yes! How does?
Mostly okay. Some complications here and there, but nothing I can't handle.
Huh, okays.
How have you been doing? And how has he been doing?
Me helps.
I bet you
Me
have.
helps and cause some trouble, but fun.
Ah. Acceptable levels of trouble, I hope.
Acceptable. Maybe.
Listen, I'm not gonna judge. Do you know where he went off to? I was wanting to at least let him know that I had a question for him based off of the last time
Oh,
that we
yes,
had a
yes,
chance
yes.
to talk.
Comes. Keep free now. Free.
That's great. It'll be nice to see him again. I haven't seen him
Comes,
in
comes.
months.
Happiness.
I hope you've been enjoying your time here in Norndel. You're not too lonely.
Yes. Happiness. Plenty good company. Also, gossips says chipped.
You know what? I fully believe that.
I'm working on a new standard operating
In there.
outside forces and the
Not too busy.
Well, it looks like he's.
We're going to stand by.
I think he's in a conversation with some of the other people. Maybe?
Oh,
I
okay.
don't.
It's actually kind of.
Well, I know where
You
he
can
is.
says hi later.
He can't escape from this building. There's only one exit.
True. Monty, many times. Amaterasu tries find. Elusive.
Well, he does kind of cheat. I mean, he could fly. He could be on top of a building.
Got it.
Yes, like bird.
How many zeros have you so far, Albert?
And until it is.
Goodness, I missed you.
Alright.
And if the.
Come on, I'm sure that you'll be able to
in
do
that
it.
case,
Training is better with
the aggressor will likely be blacklisted from our service.
Woof woof. Nice sees you.
Good to see you too.
You wanna join in?
How do you does?
Find something to do. I don't really want to deal with the Ferrari that's been
really good to see you.
Yeah, it
He
doesn't
does
like
good
it.
too. Me helps.
It doesn't like us. It only likes
Hey,
Tyrion.
how?
Favoritism.
What have you been up to?
Me helps.
The robot.
Monty.
Everyone
Not
likes the
sure
metal
what
hand.
Monty needs
Everyone
help
likes
with
the
now,
metal hand.
But whatever, me helps Monty.
No one likes the ears.
Maybe I need to do
You
it.
like the
Either
tail.
metal hand.
That's a very no. Don't do that. No. That is not a healthy way to think about this.
If ever sort of you come to terms that they should be blacklisted.
Robert had a minor.
Know that
No, put that away. Put that back on your belt. Put that back on your helmet.
sort of, what should I say, establish more of an allied forces.
Knock, knock.
Say, Céline.
Is this a private conversation?
Not right now.
I do not
Yeah,
think
not
so.
really.
It might be.
We're talking about future
Evolving as well.
procedures.
I do need to talk with you privately, though, Monty, about the thing at some point.
I only.
Found
Yeah.
Jumpy.
was gonna say,
Not Rosewood.
I have a bit of a question for you too.
Another fucking. They come to us like
And I
stink on shit.
feel like you know damn well why.
All right.
I will look into it.
Are you willing to follow orders?
Yes.
People to the side real quick, Monty, to speak to you about.
Well, as long as you're willing to follow
the
orders,
thing
you don't break
we spoke
anything,
about.
and
I will.
Probably by the dock.
Then
don't cause too much trouble, then
I will pull you aside after
Willing
I
to have
sort
you
of
on board?
establish something with the commander.
and the other Ferrari can
No
show
problem.
you what general work needs to be done.
Protect me from creature.
From a creature?
Creature?
They're referring to the Rift Beast.
Oh, yeah, that's no problem. We got it.
Easy.
Rosewood.
You'll be fed and embedded here. I can at least promise that.
Welcome
As
aboard.
long as you do your work, you know.
From Norndal.
Maybe. Who knows? You got a lot of your like,
Oh,
nobles
it's
losing Ferrari, like,
worthless.
left and right.
Um,
Fucking like up here.
I'm
Come on,
sure
just
we
keep
become a
track of
refuge for him.
Yeah.
Sounds like
Like I
a
said, they come to
problem.
us like stink on shit.
Commander Astra.
Yes.
The reason I sort of put that proposition out for you is that should you sort of not allow them that sort of technology, they might not take too kindly in it with you in the future, and that might spell trouble for you. It's a sort of we would then share a common enemy in that case. It's not
If you're
something that-
suggesting we militarily align ourselves with Norndale, I'm afraid I'm going to have to decline.
Should that change any time in the future when you face other problems with them, then the door is open there with you, though I do admit that it is a bit shaky in terms of what you're hearing.
I understand.
If I may, though,
perhaps it may be a good idea to think of past prospects in terms of what you've already encountered with Palvendor, and take into that in regard to if you should blacklist him or not. You've already had many issues, it seems, with him, have you not?
This is true.
At this point, as an institution, I do not see a...
On top of this, you also have Palvendor property as well in your ship. They would already consider you most likely hostile.
As abandoned.
Just because we hate the lot too, there is people in Palvendor that could use protection from the rifts using the shields. We don't want to just say fuck you to entire nation, to innocent lives and people that they can't get protection just because their military is a bunch of fucks. We're gonna try to keep going as best as we can, but as well with the Norndale people, we want to just protect them. That's it. Protect the people, right? We're supposed to be fighting the rifts, not each other.
Mm-hmm. However, if they do continue to cause problems for you, then at that point, there's only so much you can do.
We'll cross that line, I guess, when we reach it, right? That'd probably be the best thing to do. If we keep planning ahead of time, then we'll just be planning for failure. You never want to plan for failure. They say to have your ideal goal in mind, so then you can will it. Following the stars across the sea.
Very well then. I thank you for sharing this time with us and talking with us about it, although a hard subject and perhaps no bitter ends at the end of it, this conversation.
Of course.
Well then, I suppose I should be taking my leave, and I believe our captain here wants to speak with me. I will find you two later on. Don't worry, you are very easy to spot, and you are hard to spot.
Nice of you to talk to you as well.
Thanks,
so.
Much appreciated.
If you wouldn't mind, sir, if Monty and I can have this conversation in private. I
Cool,
completely
alright.
alright. I'll kill any rift beast. You can ask him. I like 1v8, like a bunch of them. Like on my boat, I got broken half still, but.
I'm not worried.
She'll be in combat.
You've already volunteered for that, so I can trust you with that. But I think I can trust you alone with him for a bit.
They tried to be alone with him for a while.
You.
I'd be able to play with that.
Let's go check back in on the team then. Believe they're probably ready. Waiting on me now.
How you do?
What do you say, ability review that we're probably going to do during the conversation? Céline, dear?
I got my...
Oh, just made a...
I got my
Rowan's quickly
tickets
checking
in
on-
line, so... He's
Oh.
going to find me when he's... free. Listening
Busy
on a little
bird,
bit
I
of a-
assume?
Well...
He remembers.
Interesting conversation that I was... That's all I'm gonna say. Interesting conversation.
Who did that involve?
Commander, Captain Murphy, I believe that's the captain of the guard here in Norndale. Don't know his name.
Right. Silver armor, I'm assuming he is, then?
Yeah, the usual person.
Right. Okay, what's... There problems arising, or...?
No, just, you know... a bit of a, I guess, debate about future actions. Not that I exactly blame anybody for the subject coming up.
Right.
I did see Sunny around. I saw
You're
Sunny.
fine.
I was gonna say I saw Sunny around down by the mess hall briefly.
Was she running around?
Sorta,
Yeah.
I mean, I saw her, but then I was like waiting to get a moment to like at least chime in to Monty.
Did this little rascal sneak by us? Fucking hell.
Yes, she
I didn't
no.
see her in here.
Well,
it all makes sense now.
I was going to say she may have very well not slept here.
Well, that explains that. I'm gonna try to get her up, and then we can have a conversation.
Yeah.
All right then.
Oh my. So, no luck on the Monty talks then, is that what I heard?
Well, yes and no. I have a, let's say, a rain check. He knows that I wish to speak with him before he disappears off, probably somewhere into the city. He will find me. His words. Whether or not he actually does it is a different story, but usually when he said he would talk to me in the past, he upheld that. So.
Actually, similar vein of questioning. Professor Monty, or not Professor Monty, the barrier here, have you done checkups on it yet?
Not I, but Yorl has. Yorl's the...
Okay.
Yorl's the one to talk to. I know he went and did some direct maintenance on it to add the alert beacon to the Iron Rose. So, he's had his hands on it recently.
Well, I'll have to ask him then how it's faring. I don't know much about the tech, admittedly, but
yeah,
I'm sure I would have heard if something was wrong with it by now.
He hasn't indicated as such to me, and him and I interface a lot on it for obvious reasons.
Good.
Oh, morning, Sonny.
Found him.
I don't know if you
Hi,
ate
what
yet
am I
or not,
on?
but made some stew. Or
I
soup.
tried to eat, but anything I tried to grab
should
you know.
still be warm.
It's warm enough.
Warm enough. Okay.
Well, by all
Can you
means.
not grab it? How about this one? Can you grab this one? Oh my god. Oh. I did it.
I'm not gonna question that.
But I'm good at what I do, I guess. Whatever that is.
That is true.
You're amazing.
Regardless.
But this is all we have here. I don't know if Vesper spoke to you about any of his thoughts on people
He did.
before he departed.
I think with that, unless you want a minute to eat, of course, but feel free to eat while we're having this meeting, I think we need to discuss a few things. Obviously, sorting coming up, we do need to look at candidates. We spoke about it a little bit, but I'd like to hear everyone all in one meeting. But before any of that, I have a minor announcement. Not minor, what am I saying? Due to being unsure when Vesper will return, alongside of my unstable health. Until I say otherwise, Bert, I would like for you to be my second in command.
Of course. No, absolutely. Without question. Captain.
Given what you've been doing lately, you're basically already acting as it. I have no issues with
I'm just trying to make sure that everything gets in moving. I know you've been busy with your situation, so I wouldn't. The last thing I would have wanted you to, with all the stuff, just step out and go push yourself. So.
Well, thank you, first off, but secondly, out of anyone here, I'm pretty sure it's painfully clear that you are fitting for that.
Ever since I've been sick,
appreciate
you've been
it.
stepping up. And I've seen this.
It's-
We've all seen it, I'm sure.
Just, I will do my best as lieutenant. You can have that guarantee. Oh, would you look at that?
Morning, Ren.
Wow, it is painful, but also you look fantastic in red. I'm not gonna lie.
It kind of works.
It does. It hurts, but it does.
It compliments.
I was just swinging by to say hey. I wanted to check in. I hope
Yo.
not interrupting nothing.
Well, I mean, in the end of the day, we're currently trying to get over the, at least, conversation of who might be, at least from the candidates we've talked about, a good choice for potential Lumen members, so... I mean, you have given your choices as well before you left, so I mean... You still want to have your own input, even if you're Ignis, feel free to. I mean... In the end of the day, it's your spot that's getting replaced for it, so...
I think you'll be able to find someone that helps the team out more than I could.
More than
I
that
feel like you're underselling
remains to
yourself
be
when you say that,
seen.
but I respect that.
Helps in a different fashion, but to the same degree, potential. But I wouldn't put anybody in a ranked list to that regard.
How's Ignis treating you?
I've been in Norndal most of the time. I got whatever Luca had, so I've kind of been out of it. Oh, no, I've really been around much.
Well, as long as you didn't
Yeah,
get
it was
what
kind of
Luca
a-
had
it
a
was kinda
couple
close
days
to
ago
him.
when he found out that he's allergic to chocolate.
He is?
Yeah, he made himself sick eating the cake that people were making.
Well, the more you know.
Well,
Still though.
I say we probably should still continue. You're free to stick around, of course, but we had a few candidates in mind, as far as I'm aware.
From at least
I've-
what seems to be the case, I
I
think we've
had-
kind of narrowed it down to 2-ish?
2-ish, technically 3 at least on my scale, but at least 2 is the... It's a 50-50. What about you, Sonny?
Well, the 3 that I was thinking about was, well, one of them's already accepted something by the sounds of it. The only 2 I can think about which are really any interesting like candidates are probably Winters and Helma, and I sort of lean towards Helma because, well, she just seems to be she has a lot of potential.
No, I would agree with you, actually. It does. I do think, again, the tough choice is really between Helma and Winters here, so... There's technically also on my list was also Jacqueline, potentially, but I'm not sure if she's already taken a team by now.
I was going to say that they're kind of on my attention a bit too, but I think as far as what might help us the most would be between those 2, but I have a strong preference for one, and there's some reasons why I'm hesitant on the other.
No,
And
I
that
see
is
your
stuff
point.
that you'd be able to speak on more than I can, because I wasn't there. You just gave me the synopsis.
Yeah, that entire situation is a little bit more difficult to explain and also a little bit more private issue. But the understanding is still... I see it from this side. If Winters will be a part of Lumen, no matter what's going to happen, I would assume at least, I think we're all in agreement to that, if the choice should be on them, we're gonna keep her back free and make sure that nothing's gonna happen to her, I assume, right? Even if it might
Either
come
way.
from our own midst.
I mean,
We should keep her. We need to have her back anyways.
I
That is
feel
the
like
only official stance in this
I was
matter.
gonna say, I feel like we can do that potentially better without having them
Other way.
glued at our hips.
Training grounds, sir.
The only reason why I say that is
I mean-
one of the points of potential concern is also within our own team.
Yeah.
But maybe more on that topic afterwards. I will say,
Surprise attacks!
I am not as concerned as the rest of you seem.
I wouldn't do that if I were you. Good to see you're still around.
I'm sorry, say that again.
Not to make same mistakes.
One would hope.
I would say I am not as worried about that predicament as I think you all are. I'm not saying that there's not going to be bad blood there, but I don't think it's going to go any further than bad blood.
Yeah, well, more than likely, I think it's more that just the situation probably has scared the crap out of them, is my guess. I'm not going to presume, but
fair.
I maybe read too much into it, but they seemed a bit too
Ventress seems to be eyeing up Winter quite a bit.
Really?
Well, I think to start, I'm going to say the ones Vesper has given me before he left. Now, we only had a few days to get to know everyone. But the two Vesper showed interest in was Coquette and was Helma.
Coquette's taken.
Coquette's already taken, is she? I see.
Where'd she take? Out of curiosity.
Fair enough.
From what I heard, she accepted the Ignis invite.
Huh.
There you go.
Good for her. Well, the one thing I'm noticing is that it seems like out of everybody, the one that has come up on everybody's list has been Helma, and quite honestly, I feel like it would be beneficial to her to be with us for the same reason that it was beneficial for me to be on this team.
And given
Let's keep things discreet for now.
I know. I'm just...
Apologies, Ren.
That's why I'm not elaborating, but... There's a number of things that I think would be helpful for them, and from what I've seen them do, they have a degree of versatility that I think is something that I think we can benefit from, because a lot of us have some degree of flexibility in what we do. There are some things that we're better at than other things, but we can take on sort of different positions, and I feel like she would be able to keep up with that sort of thing. We would have to adjust too heavily for Winters.
Helma is one of the big ones I suggested to Barrett. And frankly, having someone else who can do a bit of what you can do to save you up some of your mana and pick up where, you know, you're a little more short range, they're a little more long range, but you both fill a similar role. I think she gives you guys a much stronger center than any other option.
Yeah.
When you say do what I can do you mean divine or...
She can make a barrier and shit.
Oh,
yeah.
I see. Okay.
Divine caster.
Don't think she showed that off just yet, but yeah, they have a very...
She did. I punched him.
Okay, well, it might have been when I was unable to watch.
You're fine.
We missed out on the demonstration because of a little bit of a hiccup with the dream situation again.
Right.
Yeah.
Understood.
Aside from that, though, one of the reasons why I was a little worried about Winters is we don't really have anyone else who is true backline, and they would either have to be closer than they'd want to, or somebody would be in a less than ideal position for themselves so that they're not by themselves in a position where they could get potentially picked off by something that flanks around behind us.
I will also say, when asked how many 12-year-olds she could take in a fight, she said half a 12-year-old. So, put that into your equation as you will.
I
Talking about Winters?
think that's kind of more a personality thing
my vote's
than,
on Helma.
but I will say one other thing. When I was speaking to her the other night, not yesterday, but the day before, she has more or less indicated that should we extend the invitation, that Lumen is her first pick. So we would effectively be almost assured for them to accept if we offer.
Sorry, who would?
Helma. She's already more or less indicated that she would prefer us, in fact.
Interesting. Admittedly, I haven't spoken with either of them very much. Again, I was hoping to take the day to do it.
Well, You can certainly do so, because at the end of the day, I feel like we'd be most comfortable if any formal invitation came from you, given that you are the captain.
Is there any concerns that we have about, assuming we do go with Helma, any concerns we should know about?
None that I can see.
None that I can
that I'm aware of,
I
like
want
I
to
said.
talk about right up front, but it would be something that we would need to keep an
guys
eye
don't have
on.
problems, it's
Clashing
fine.
with our team.
Clashing.
Nope. She seems
I don't
very
think
receptive to a
it's-
lot of things, very flexible and
clashing,
likable.
I
and
will
social
say, as far as one thing that could have potentially been a worry, she already knows about me. And everything having to do with that.
I was very open about
That-
her situation.
Is helpful, honestly.
In fact, I need to talk to her a bit more about that, because I think it would be something that would be helpful to understand something else, but that's a different conversation altogether.
But, for me, my concern is, I think...
Talking veiled, I can walk away.
I mean, if we really wanted to have something super private, we would probably be better off going up to the airship and going into one of the rooms.
That, and I think out of everybody, I feel like I would be the person that if something would be absolutely private, I'd ask for you to leave, so... I appreciate you coming
And
here.
look,
I'd ask
you may not
nicer.
you may not be on Lumen anymore, but it's not like we don't know you super well from working with you heavily. We all trust you. I hope that
Listen, only because you were red does not mean we instantly forgot about you, huh?
Oh, no, but still, there's clearly some that you guys are kind of dancing around. That's
well,
sort of,
it's more of a
you know.
for their sake of privacy, because I don't even know if it's stuff that everybody in this circle even knows about.
It's just medical
On a
information.
problem level in that sense, it's... To give you at least a ballpark understanding would be... Probably from secrecy on the same level as maybe a little bit lower than what Celine's going through. Not exactly, but importance at least.
I think I get it. I won't pry. Not my business.
I get you.
Fair enough.
Would have expected you to be a prime person anyway, so...
Alright.
But
Either
yeah.
way, I think from the sounds of it, even including our absent fifth, that we're all in at least agreement on one choice being higher than the other. If you still want
My
to talk
stubborn
to
vote
them
would
both.
still be on Winters for the strategy piece, but I'm also looking at everybody's choice, and I'm not going to be the one who's constantly going to bang his head against the wall trying to go against the team. So
I'm just
I don't
saying,
mind.
I think we would have to adjust how we operate and our positioning a bit more than I think you might be anticipating. They
no,
aren't
I'm
some...
pretty well aware of that. We would need to adapt, but again, that's what we're used to, so...
She'd probably benefit being on Aqua.
That was also a potential thought that I had with her. Be like having, but then again, I feel like having that specifically Winters together with Rom as well, and we could make good ranged combatants in that sense. Take
Rom
people out
and
from far away
Letharian.
before they even get. You're right, exactly.
Hey, Lania.
Oh, Lenia.
The headaches are really bad, it seems.
But
Either way.
yeah, it's been.
I...
Ever since we got back to Norandel, his head has been hurting.
I am... I'm well aware.
Still,
He's dying.
I give him a bit. Probably the maybe Norandel flu as well. Who knows?
I say he's the kind of I think he's 100% getting those seasonal allergies. He was perfectly fine here in the winter. As soon as it's spring, fucked up.
Yeah, but as
I
it
think you're
seems.
misremembering.
I
You gotta get something to clear the sinuses of yours. Kat.
Also, since it was kind of told to us before,
than that,
anyway,
I think, I'm afraid.
did Juventus had their eyes on Winters as a candidate for your team as well, or?
Not really, but if Jacqueline does not
I suppose it depends on other things.
I get you.
And
Captain.
The Helma goes.
Later on,
Why
not
is
right
there
now. I'd like to
something,
speak with you.
up about her?
I'm busy now, but I'll find you.
No, we're currently still discussing potential members for Lumen. This choice right now seems to be very studied on Helma, but again, Winters was also on the table as a candidate, but again, making the choice as a team.
Do we want to try and pull one or both of them aside, have them sit down?
I would say potentially it'd
That'd
be
be your
better. I'd recommend maybe individually, not both of them at the same time. But
right.
Same time. Battle Royale. Hell in a Cell.
Oh my god.
Throw them in the pit like we do in Droza.
We are not throwing anybody in a pit.
Again, half a 12-year-old.
That would be funny.
Alma would literally just push that girl over, and that would be it. She would not be getting up.
Half a 12-year-old.
That's a big mama. She'll handle it.
Yeah. Like I said, we're not doing that though, so it's okay.
Would be funny to see though. Regardless, yeah, I think having a conversation each with them at least to get an opinion from either of them would be beneficial. You want me to pull someone? Can we get Helma or Winters? What do you want to talk about? You want to talk first?
Who?
If you know where
They're both.
Whichever one you're talking about.
Helma was right over there.
I'll go find them.
Like a second ago.
Also, wait, Sonny.
Don't worry. Wait. Oh, she's back.
God.
If we could talk later.
She's got the hops.
Because always.
No, you're good.
Oh wait, have you guys not seen me like?
That's so funny.
No, we've seen
Have
it.
you guys not like seen me cleared gaps? Like
I've seen it. Sonny, it's good. We remember. We remember.
Only by virtue that your legs are a bit smaller. You're technically faster.
Make sure that.
However.
Make sure that you check her pathways. And
right.
some other people's.
I
don't want
There's a few on my list, but noted.
I also want
No,
your
please do.
opinion on what is going on too.
Go for it, Sonny.
Thank you.
Yeah, that was a topic of conversation that will need to come up eventually.
And just so it's out there, Ren, I'm sure you know this, but I want it to be said. You're always welcome for my shitty breakfast if you want to come visit.
Rowan, first off, it was not shit. It was quite good. Second,
it was a good above average.
Okay. I'll take an above average, honestly. If you say it's great, then I know you're lying to my face.
No, because I've had some of the stuff people have been making down there the past couple of days.
Oh, I see. Comparatively.
You crack open the present yet?
And I know.
I did.
I know what bad is. We have a cook, but some people aren't letting the cook.
As I said,
and they really should.
Take your time with that.
Let them cook.
Now, that said, I'm gonna go find Caleb and see if Murtash is still dead. If I see Winter, I'll send her this way.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
I think
Sonny
has for now.
I think you don't need to tell Winters about that. I think when we're ready, we'll get her. Last thing we need is have to actually have a battle royale happening over here.
Yeah, I don't want to see that.
Coming. So.
Okay, well.
Have a good talk.
That's good.
Have a good
round.
Thanks,
one.
If the Murtash
Fight.
thing was legitimate, please let me know.
I wanted to,
Yes,
when
what's
you're
up?
done with all of this, I wanted to talk with you at some point again about the topic we had a few days ago.
No, of course, absolutely. Once we're
Morning,
done with
Helma?
here, I'm probably.
Morning.
It's probably gonna be once we're done with Helma and Winters, then I'll have a talk with you. Might be later in the day.
Yeah, come find me. I'll be around.
Of course.
Right.
I hope we didn't pull you away from anything important. Just I realized.
Now, soldier, go on, sit down.
Welcome to the circle.
If you
We
don't
got.
mind. If you're not in a rush.
We were the ones that actually set up a nice rock circle. The other teams can't say that.
Everyone else seems to have more the floor plan, but I appreciate it.
We got some decent setup over here, and it carried over.
Yeah, I'm honestly surprised none of this like got overgrown or like fell apart while we were away.
I'm glad that it didn't. Mostly I
Bit of
wanted
an
to
shame
do
for
a
our
purge
work.
just because I've realized that over the last few weeks,
It's
months,
fine.
God, it's
Come
been
here.
months now, hasn't it? I haven't really had much chance to talk to you.
Cat.
And I figured as a group, wouldn't hurt to shoot the shit, I guess.
First I can go.
I have been waiting for the opportunity to talk with you. Please be
I've been admittedly a little unwell as of recent. But feeling much better today. It's had the occasional headache.
I was going to say, times I would debate that, but for the most part, yes.
I might need to walk into a tent and come back out in a few minutes' time. Hello. Well, let's see, where do we begin? I guess, if you don't mind, I'm just a bit curious. I know you're from Fevira, but outside of a few things I've heard around, I don't really know much about you.
Is there anything in specific you want to know about?
Let's see, where do we start with this one? Not my expertise, admittedly, is small talk.
Hi, Saul. How are you today?
Thank you, Sonny.
I'm alright, nothing to complain about. Guard duty drained me for most of yesterday, but I've recovered well.
Oh, you were on guard duty, weren't you? Were you on guard duty, Barrett? I feel like I remember hearing something.
I did. That was during the night when I specifically had no sleep at all because I was busy.
Hopefully they aren't working you too much to the
Sorry,
bone
back
while
up.
you're volunteering.
That's fine. It's a interesting change of pace. It gives me something to do.
Fair enough.
You used to doing it, or was it? Because I remember when we came here, when we started setting up watches, because Riftbeast came, it was not something I would. We established a night watch, but gods was that hard my first few days.
It sort of runs in the family, I guess. My family were guards or soldiers, so it's not to sound too cheesy. It's nice to get back to my roots a bit.
Okay, military background, is it? Did you actively serve, or?
My family did. I joined my father throughout different patrols, but to say I got my hands dirty would be a lie. They trained me for the most part, but that's the most of it.
I see. And your magic. I heard that you're a divine caster.
Yeah. I
You
don't
learned
do
that
the
from your father
healing
as
magic.
well,
From my entire unit, yes. Or from my family would be a better way to.
I was going to say, her approach to divine is kind of my same way I use it with offensive
Offensively.
style. Granted, I can't make a
think Ron
barrier.
does something
You
similar.
can, so you have me beat there.
I appreciate the praise. I'm sure yours is nothing to scoff at either.
It's not.
It's certainly handy.
Actually, there's one time. Actually, it was just down that way there, now I'm thinking about it. A rogue owlbear made its way towards our camp. It got the entire academy on its feet. It was kind of wild, thinking back on it. So many people being murdered.
Well, I think it was.
I'll tell you.
No, you know what it was? It was that there were people that were uncertain on how they wanted to act, and more people showed up, saw what was happening, ran to get more people, and by the time we finally did start to move, everybody else had shown up.
It was definitely an interesting situation with some people trying to converse with the owlbear as well, even though they're quite monstrosities. So
wait,
I missed that one.
Really?
People trying to talk to it?
Who tried to do that?
who else? A little green man Varus.
Okay.
I would have.
Okay. If you had said anybody else, I would have been surprised. But you know what? In that case, I kind of tracks.
Don't get me wrong, he had good intentions in mind, but even with the little knowledge that I have as a Droza, these things are not something that... I think in the general sense, what did Acteris call them? Like, stains on this place? Like, something like this. Monstrosities. Bottom line.
I think we're getting sidetracked a bit.
Invasive species known. No, it's no harm in getting sidetracked. Honestly, I mostly just want to talk to you just more. But yeah, no. Either way, that scenario, large amount of barrages. Céline stood out maybe third most, but there's only a second circle spell, which is impressive.
Yeah, I don't know.
Water vortex as well.
I was going to say the water vortex. That's third circle.
That one's third circle.
The divine spell I use is second.
Let's see. I don't think we ever got a. I don't think any of us. Did you see the? I believe none of us were there present for the.
No, I was there.
Showcase.
I saw all her spells.
Oh, you were? Okay.
He also, I was going to say, he also knows exactly firsthand how some of them feel because you let them throw a couple into you.
Sure did. And I do have to say
you got
that.
looked at afterward, right?
I mean.
He did. He had his shroud up for most of it.
Oh, the shroud was up. Okay.
I wouldn't want to be that guy, but he's capable, if you want my take on it, as this person who's fighting against her. She knows what she's doing when it comes to her weapon. She knows what she's doing when it comes to her spells. She might need to aim a little bit better when it comes to her projectiles, but I think those are things that she can absolutely learn in time.
Thank you. I would not mind showing them again, if that's what you wish.
Maybe later.
I think it'd be good.
Too interested right now. Yeah, if you would like to see it as well, then
I've seen it, but I want you to see it too.
No, I would love to see it. I just wasn't sure.
Just to make sure, Helma, will that be okay with other stuff?
I'll be
How are
fine.
you feeling?
Okay.
On a scale of 1 to 10, how okay are you today?
About a 7, I guess.
Don't wanna.
Manageable.
Don't want to push you to do that if it's not the best day to do that.
As long as I keep it light, I'll be fine.
Okay.
No worries, son.
Should be fine enough then. No means.
Do pace yourself.
You said the training ground?
Training ground should do, unless it seems too busy.
There's some people there, but I think if we just kind of stay more to the side, we should be good.
I don't think. I'm pretty sure nobody's gonna have any problems as another demonstration.
Let's see, how do we... Right, guess we're climbing this broken fence.
Why don't we just knock down the wall, since everybody seems to like to cut through it?
I think it got knocked down by a rift beast.
Probably.
Probably a bit of column A, column B. But I mean, just right here should be good. As long as we aim anything ranged downrange.
Specs.
Put it this way, I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah, try and aim towards the targets there, if it's projectile.
I mainly focus in the first and second circle. I am working my way to third. I'm able to enchant my halberd, like so.
That one hurt, I'll tell you that.
Along like this. I'm able to push it out into more of a blast. Like so.
Out of curiosity, is that first circle level ability, or is that more second?
This is first. But as for second, I'm able to blast it out into a cone. And
is handy.
I am able to...
Could be very beneficial against rift beasts that are more wider, more attack space.
And that's the wall. Let's see.
Oh, believe me.
Leave that up for a second. There. You have your gauntlets on hand?
Want me to do it again? I don't mind. Sure.
I mean, if you want me to go at it.
Go ahead. Test the sturdiness is all.
Alright. Been there, done that, so... I've already had this song and dance once, so I don't mind if I do it again.
It does hold up quite well.
Thank you. As Barrett mentioned last time, there was there is an issue where once it's down, I can't really move it. I'm trying to work to make it focus on my halberd instead of in normal space. But that's still a work in progress.
Well, you've solved one of the issues I had. One of my issues is I couldn't get mine to be stand up. Having it was suspended like that is something I never quite got to. You can drop it now.
Thank you.
But I have a wall spell as well. Mine's a little smaller, maybe just as wide, maybe a little bit wider. More so meant for taking cover down low and stabbing over it, or well, I can just show you.
I was going to say, yeah, yours is more like it's a good position for taking defense, but still being able to attack over it. This one's more a solid wall to be behind. You can't really attack
more so for
over it.
Ranged or spare users, or I guess halberd users like yourself. Stab over it or crouch down for proper cover.
Of course.
But I never managed to get it suspended like yours, so I had to ingrain it a little more earthly, I suppose.
Whenever for my magic, since it's primarily just my halo, in my mind it makes sense to manipulate it in different ways. But to continue the magic, I don't have it set up currently, as I'm still working towards it. A third circle spell, a line. All it is pushing divine magic in just a straight line. But again, still a work in progress.
Of course, like a beam of sorts.
Exactly.
That does seem quite handy as well, honestly. It's always nice to have someone who can take down either grouped up enemies, especially like along a hallway. God forbid we ever get Rift Beast from the airship again. Not that that's likely.
Yeah, I'm hoping that. Yeah, when we first found it, it was infested with them. They were in the vents. We had to we had to clear it room by room.
There were more than just Rift Beasts in the vents.
You mentioned before, actually. You said that you primarily focused on moving the halo around. Can you cast magic while that barrier is out? Or...
No, not exactly. It's... because most of my magic is involved with the halo, I can only really do one thing at a time. The most I'm able to do is have the enchant and the projectile, but other than that, that's kind of it.
Okay.
Should it be something that pops up a lot, I will probably work on fixing that.
No, that is very impressive. I'm curious of her skill sets. I suppose I'll finish saying with mine. I am the primary, and, well, Sunny has been helping a lot out recently, in terms of first aid, but I'm the primary medic of Lumen, as well as captain. Most of my spellcraft has gone towards, well, divine healing, though I have my wall spell, as well as something I've learned recently. Still working on the landings, but the ability to fly. Outside that, I specialize in studying arcane pathways and various conditions related to that. I suppose it's also relevant, but not something I use as often these days outside of the scanning pathways, as I can lend my mana to others should they need it.
Good to know. That's a unique ability, I suppose. I don't believe I've heard of that before.
I've met one or two others who had it, though I didn't know they had it when I discovered I had it. So, that might have made things a lot easier.
It is certainly fair to say that it is not a common skill people learn to develop. That much can be fairly said.
I was having issues for a while trying to break through to the third circle, and I think it might be related. Either way. But, that's enough about me and my skill sets. Sunny. Would you want to show off? Or... if you're not ready, you don't have to. Sorry to put you on the spot.
You don't need to. I mean, you got talent
If you
for
don't
it,
want
so.
to, then I'll speak you up for it.
Well, I have a first circle shroud and a second circle. I guess they're not really that big. I'm still working on my magic.
Magic aside, Sunny here is one of the fastest people at the academy. I've seen her and Rin chase down rift beasts that were faster than anything I've seen.
And also several times bigger than them.
Oh,
That's also
yeah,
true.
no, I took on a really big guy that was like almost as big as Barrett. Well, Rowan and I were like by ourselves, and I took that thing without a shot. It was awesome.
Yeah, we encountered a group of brutes. Me and Sunny were off by ourselves when they approached us. Well, my everything hurt a lot from that, Sunny.
You were real messed up.
I was not in the best of shape. But Sunny here is really good at close quarters combat, flanking, as well as just having a good maneuverability.
To say that she's our team flanker is something I would personally agree with. Making sure that our sides are clear as well as our back secured if there should be any potentiality of prize attacks. So.
And if you should need me, all you really have to do is whistle.
I will
Those have good
make sure to
ears.
keep that in mind. Regardless of what team I end up on, I can't wait to see it in action.
Robert, would you like to speak yourself up, or would you like us to do it for you?
I mean, the way how it is, you've already seen everything that I can do. Second circle shroud, first circle enchantment for the fists. Specifically, my preferred weapon of choice, as you've already seen, are the knuckle dusters. My specialty essentially is more in the, well, as a frontliner, I prefer to, instead of putting up shields as some others might be, I prefer to not get hit in general. I prefer speed over, well, armor, basically.
I experienced it firsthand. It was rather impressive, regardless how many spells you have. And
Before Barrett
as a
showed
fellow
up, I was...
frontliner, it's very interesting.
Before Barrett showed up, I was the only one on the front lines, typically. Well,
Yes,
I
and
was
the
the
fact that
main
you're
one.
also one of our main healers was also the other worrying part. The fact that a frontliner and the healer are both the same person. You needed me.
And trust me, that came up a lot in the conversations when it came to who we invited back then, too. I remember.
But yes, he's been extremely helpful in that regard. And I think he's slowly catching up to Sunny. Well, maybe not slowly, but when it comes to speed.
Someone has to catch up
Didn't
to
catch
you.
up. She'd probably prank me, do something like that, and the next thing I know, she's out of there, and it's not gonna get her punishment because of that. Because I don't like when people play pranks on me, ain't that right? Oh, don't you turn around. Don't you turn around, miss.
I don't know what you're talking about. I am a saint. I am such a good person. I would never pull a prank on anyone.
Our saint, everybody. Our saint.
Yes. As for me, I'd say the way I tend to fight is a bit of a slight flanking position, more of a fencer. My weapon of choice is a rapier. And to a similar degree, a lot of my spells focus around directing my magic towards it, with some exceptions. Mostly first circle of being able to work with pressurized water around the blade, like so. It's something that has been, I guess, deceptively more powerful than it looks. This one's probably the one I've practiced most. I have it able to be done two different ways. Normal channeling as well as the a modified version of that lesser power infusion runic spell that they have taught most people in the academy. If they haven't shown it to you yet, it might be something of interest to you as a alternative way of doing your infusion.
Maybe I will.
I have copies of the script, actually, on my weapon, which I've seemingly left at my tent now that I'm looking forth.
If I could have you move a bit to the side, maybe. One of my other water spells is one that I'm trying to work on revitalizing it a bit, as it's been one that is a bit hard for me to control at times due to how far away the spell can sometimes focus itself, but for simple sake, I can summon a bit of a rain of those same pressurized water droplets and, for lack of a better word, bombs. Let us rain down, explode in a deluge. Simple as that. But the thing that I remember mentioning, I use a bit of divine attack magic as well. Light of Luna, give it to my blade. Dispel the dark that lies before me. So, in a similar vein to, I think, what you said you were going to be working third circle-wise, but you would end up being able to get a lot more distance out of that than I, probably double that. But lastly, I have broken into the third circle, which is a line, but also has quite a bit of verticality to it to catch things that are a bit higher up. Searching waters gather, become a vortex, and dash forth.
I've never seen water magic like that before.
I've noticed not a lot of people tend to look at water magic as something that can be used offensively. They tend to look at it as something that's a bit more supportive in nature. That wasn't how my it wasn't.
Have you seen a flood wreck an entire village in one swoop? It doesn't make
I
sense to me though. People
actually
don't see that as
have,
a viable,
yes.
like, form of magic.
But that was how my parents taught me. They were very much a proponent that forces like that could be just as destructive as the more commonly seen ones, as the best for defense, such as fire or lightning, those with a bit more flash to them.
Fair enough, nonetheless.
That's
props to you for
not
using,
the
magic in a way most people don't.
It's not the full extent of things that I can do, but that is not something I would probably show off here per se, but a bit of that you know already, but I would like to speak with you more directly on it, since it may be of interest to you, nonetheless.
And outside of all that, Vesper acts as a bit of a middle-range spellcaster, mostly for area denial. He has various clouds of poisons he can throw up, which are magical in nature, so they're effective beasts.
While we were in Beston, he showed off some of the spells he could do. I have never seen poison magic like that before. It was very interesting.
I would honestly say it's one of the rarer types that people tend to perform. That and chloromancy. I think the only person that really engages in that is Varus, that I'm aware of. Well, that and Pippin.
We've had a few come and go.
They were the only two that I knew of.
Yeah, but Pippin is busy with his family, so...
Yeah.
Indeed.
Are there any other questions you may have for me?
Question-wise, I don't know about questions per se. Again, I mostly just want to get to know you a little bit more.
I just want to know what you'd be looking for in a team, personally.
A team that would make the best use out of what I'm able to do, while also not being too... A team that feel like home is the best I could describe it.
Well,
I'm just...
given time, I think that could be it.
Ryan? And I'll ask you this, I think I've maybe asked that question beforehand, but I might as well ask it again with Rowan present. Where would you say your weaknesses lie?
Perhaps in stamina would be the best answer to that. There isn't a specific type of enemy that I think would give me too much trouble. Apologies if my answers changed as I did think about it, but I have a few bad habits that lead to poor stamina, which hopefully I can fix.
Of course. Would you be pretty beneficial of endurance training, perhaps?
Perhaps.
Noted.
Look at stamina you're looking for. I got you.
Hopefully you can teach me better soon.
I got it. Oh. Sorry, I think somebody's right across my foot.
Oh. Lots of people just showed up all at once.
Yeah, I kind of noticed that.
There is another thing I wish to mention to you at some point, but perhaps in a different...
That's what I was thinking. That's what I was
If you need to
thinking.
go to the tents to talk about it, feel free.
I would say, given that it's something I think you want to talk to him about regardless, it might be best to go ahead and get that done sooner rather than later.
And perhaps not near the tents. I worry
that'd be too close. Talking about stuff and all that.
Okay, sure.
Everything good over here?
Perhaps the airship?
We're just giving
sure.
Currently looking.
Sorry, I looked at her.
Is this a personal or
Currently
for the
giving
team itself?
Helma a rundown and just basically checking how she came.
They're already aware of it, to my knowledge.
Currently discussing
Have you tried shield, formations and all that?
Have some understanding.
For now and overall,
course,
we're making sure the assessment of skills.
If you'll excuse me then,
for now.
unless there's anything else.
If they are
I'm
proper
more than happy to
members,
now.
we can absolutely put that in. For
I
now,
have nothing else currently, unless there's something
I
on
think
your
what
mind
matters more
you
is
wish
the
to speak
talk
about.
that is necessary.
Mostly that topic.
Yeah, that's understandable. I can understand that.
Well,
specifically also with Rowan being unavailable for the last couple weeks, or not weeks, days. Felt like weeks, honestly, without your captain, so...
It's been
we
really
do have some
lonely.
catching up to do.
So thank you.
And a medic. That, yeah. I'm gonna look
How
slightly
are you
this
feeling
way
when it
now.
comes to Umbra?
If
Getting
you'll
used to it?
excuse me, I'm gonna be having a meeting.
Okie dokie.
Of course.
It's. I'm unsure if that's
Been
the meeting
interesting.
with me.
Rowan.
I've
It's
been a lot more interesting. I was doing formations with the team this morning.
Good to hear.
Being
Absolutely,
frontline
keep
and all
yourself
that,
stable
so-
when it comes to that.
And then just practicing. I got to start. Well, Kiket stabbed Galeb for me for a few times, and then we broke Galeb's arm for me to heal.
Yeah, that's what I assume.
I'm trying to
I think the
push for
best
that
way to show.
third circle
He
right
was
now.
he was okay with it, I'm hoping.
Oh,
Actually,
I mean,
you know what?
knowing
It's
Gala, people
actually-
probably wouldn't have fucking cared.
Actually, yeah, you know, you have a valid point.
He was okay with it, he consented, and I mean, to be honest with you, Penny did the punching and breaking Galeb's arm rather than Kiket, but Kiket got to stab him 2 times.
My thought was more of a, I could very well have seen it being something that happened as an accident, like, oh, well, you know, perfect opportunity.
Well, I managed to push to heal the 2 wounds, but I couldn't heal that broken arm. It was really annoying me. But I did in the end, luckily, with a bit of Tally's help, so... But it's just getting over that last hurdle in the 3rd circle.
Slowly
and
pushing yourself, getting there.
it's bothering me. Because I'm on the, the precipice of, getting it, but it's just not there yet.
I need to do some pushing myself when it comes to my own abilities. I'm trying my best to trim my mana pool when it comes to that, take some advice from Caldwell, but I also want to... I've been kind of thinking about the entire concept, the fact that I'm, Lumen's frontliner, but so far my defense has so far been pretty... respectfully selfish. So I need to figure out a way to perhaps be a little bit more useful.
I know what you mean. Exactly what you mean.
I'd rather not deal with so many people around.
Having to work with a team now is kind of daunting. Not going to lie.
It's not the aspect of working together with a team that's fine. It's just beforehand that was more. Yeah, I was kind of used that everybody was sort of capable to defend themselves and dodge, but now that we're actually able to move in the formation and need to be actually available for each other, I need to maybe rethink a couple of my strategies myself.
Yeah.
As long as... Is the Fron getting his ass beat by a Ferrari?
Yes, he is.
Captain of Ignis, after all. Captain of Ignis.
Mm-hmm. Interesting.
Truly, times are changing.
Well, it seems that all the people being picked for
looks like Ren
teams
made the
now.
right choice.
A couple of people have already been accepted into teams and all that.
Yeah, I've been seeing Isaiah talk a lot when it comes to Terra as well. Well, over here.
I thought you were, I thought you were looking at me for that. I was like, what
I'm
do you
kind of
mean?
glad.
You're very lovely to look at, but I was looking at a different elf this time.
Oh my god.
To be honest with you, I'm kind of glad about it.
I understand,
There's room to improve, and I think that Terra could give them that change of perspective.
Not to mention that
the change of perspective is already happening by himself,
give,
honestly.
Give our resident pyromaniac somebody to keep him busy. They'll feed off of each other, hopefully in a good way.
Maybe. But yeah, no, it seems that a lot of people are being accepted into teams now, so it's only a matter of time before we all get sorted. Oh god.
I believe
The more I'm thinking about it, the more
they've more or
the more I'm
less
thinking about it, the more I'm like, I'm so used to wearing just no colours. So used to it at this point.
yeah,
Be happy that you get to wear such a pretty color like purple.
yeah, I think out of anybody,
is
you're
true.
one of the ones who's been designated unsorted the longest, just by matter of circumstance.
You can understand why I'm so used to just wearing no colours then.
I
could just go out round and help teams, you know?
I 100% understand. It wasn't like that for me.
My only concern is...
Rin and I got to the island. The only team that had openings was Lumens, so there was no sorting decisions to be made. They just put us in there with no fanfare.
You're kind of stuck with us when it comes to that. I mean, so far it seems like you didn't regret it.
It's been good.
Hello. Do you mind taking care of Stacks real quick? They hurt their ribs a little bit from combat training.
Sure, I'll go deal with
LeFron, how could you? You hurt Stacks?
Actually, Stacks beat his ass.
I was very easy.
The Captain of Ignis.
See, now I do the healing myself, but I don't know how to do that yet.
Stacks brutalized him.
One.
Brutalized
two.
You were on the ground. He was on top of you.
I only saw one of you take it in.
Some people can't.
This is why I said no to your spawn. You lost to the
Some
stackers.
people just kind of like this. Anyways.
It wasn't.
Was
It wasn't intentional.
Were you always taller than me?
A loss is a loss.
Probably the shoes.
Wasn't
Yeah,
intentional.
look. You're kind of hovering.
He's got quite a bit of a heel going there. So much that it's almost like he's off the ground a bit.
You gotta talk to everyone like this.
You know,
now.
I've been walking around him. I've been walking around in my boots so long that they heels going to the ground.
But he's, I think she's
Helma is still talking to Rowan, and technically they're not immediate part of one. Considered.
I just need to know people from Fevira.
I'm from Fevira.
That's it. I need to talk to you.
Why did we forget that?
Well, you mind if I pull you aside real quick?
Yeah, might as well go ahead and get that out of the way.
So,
Sorry, darling.
Go on.
any people with picture fancy?
What's up?
Alright. I don't want this to be very wide knowledge. I don't want to cause any problems or anything. I do plan on eventually leaving though, and I need to make my way to Fevira, and I know that is a very difficult thing to do currently. And there's a lot of different ways I can go about getting there, but I also need to have connections while I'm there. So wondering if you would know of anywhere that I can go that would be willing to assist me in possibly getting into the Grand City.
That's gonna be a bit difficult, just because they are not very fond of letting even people from Fevira in. Most of the people that I knew are departed, but I have to try to dig through my old effects a bit, see if there's anything that I maintained from the people that helped me get in contact with Rosewood in the first place. They helped me out when they didn't need to, and they had no obligation to, but I was on my own. They were more effective at getting a message across, well, the sea than I was anticipating, and even set me up with getting on the ship. I might be able to give you
would be a good connection.
I might be able to give you a name or two. I would just have to try to see if I had anything that would if
that'd be
if
appreciated.
So I didn't get a whole lot of their names, but they might have had something that had a sigil or insignia that might be able to get you in touch with them. But I'd have to...
I'm thinking of possibly increasing my trade name and such to see if I can at least get some trading card. I need to get there for personal reasons that will benefit Rosewood and
Question
everything
is, what's the timeline of this? When are you thinking of needing to do
anytime.
that?
Just sooner than later, is it? Right now, my only ways of getting into Fevira without the Palvadorians on my ass or anything is either through the Blythewood, or Rift Hell, or from the coast of Droza. So,
there might be
coast of Droza will probably be my best bet.
It wouldn't be exactly the world's largest proper place, but there's potential with more of the western coasts, but it's nothing compared to, well, the proper stuff over on the eastern side, but that's, at least last I heard, that was still kind of in a stalemate between the setting sun and Palvandor.
From what I've heard, I don't want to mess with the setting sun either. With the recent
with
issues.
There's uncertainties there on that front. I've been trying to look into it myself, and I have met with
I just want it to be known that I'm willing to put my life on the line to do this thing. So if I need to take the risk, you're right.
I mean, I just from you bringing it up, I'm assuming you were resolved for that, because right now, most of the simple ways in are also the most dangerous. They were that way when I left there, and that was practically over a year ago, and conditions have changed wildly since then.
Well,
but those people should still be around. I mean, they were the ones who helped me get to the port city in the first place, so maybe one of them will still be somewhere within reach.
From what I've heard, while the world was torn asunder and many places were against each other's throats, Fevira stuck strong together. So I'm hoping if I have a
certain parts of it, at least. Naitanui kind of tore itself to pieces, but they were always kind of distant from the other provinces in the first place. But that was probably the hardest part of my journey after my own village fell, was just getting out of there, because people there cared a lot more about their own well-being than other people, and half the time they swear some of them would turn on each other if it meant getting another day's worth of food with how many rifts were out there.
Which is a shame, because Noctanui had like some of the best farmland, right?
It had the most open space for it, at least, that's for sure, but the only close place that they could really turn to without traversing a lot of forest land or over mountains and a bit of a bay was Quakar itself.
Quakar.
And,
Quakar's
well,
closed off.
Yeah. If you even were able to get in there, the harder issue for some people was not necessarily getting in, but getting to leave again.
Well, I have my ways.
Well,
I'm hoping I can make some sort of deals or something to get my way in, search what I need to, and get out.
Well, I suppose the
In
question
return.
is... I was going to say, the question is, do you intend on coming back?
Yeah. It's what the city needed.
Plan is to come back not empty-handed, with at least some information or the thing I'm looking for, and it should help solve a lot of problems.
Do you mind
So maybe not back to
elaborating a
Rosewood,
bit
but
about
back in general.
what you're looking for? Just out of curiosity, or is that personal?
It's a bit personal, but you know the old sort of story of the pirate looking out for treasure. Except I'm not a pirate, I'm a sailor, and I'm still looking for some sort of treasure.
The usual form of that tale, yes.
Yes. That's basically what I'm doing. I'm trying to find something that no one thinks exists, but I've been tasked to do it, and if it'll help,
Tasked to find
I'm willing
something
to
that
do
you
it.
don't think exists. Out of curiosity, this is just a wild guess. Did this idea at all come up from speaking with Monty recently? Called it.
maybe. He spoke to me actually a while ago before we left Norndale, and
Well,
I've just been researching. And I
Let's
spoke to him
just
again today, and I'm trying
let's just
to...
say that if it's what I think it is, I'm fully aware of what is on the table, and I am also looking into it in my own way from here.
However, you can't leave. I can.
I know.
So, come further. If you do know, then I can talk with you a bit.
Yes. Regarding his theory.
Divine Aetherite.
Yes.
Seems relatively impossible to everyone, and I'm no sciencey man, so I don't know enough about it. But I had a theory.
Mhm.
From my talk to Nectaris, when the orbs first came into play, I was talking about what if it's some sort of residual energy, because he mentioned in the past battle zones of things like that can have a residual resonance or energy that may form a creature or some sort. So, there's a few theories. Either we take some normal aetherite and do some sort of concoction like we did to get the rift essence, try to get the rift essence out of the aetherite and pump it full of divine. Or, which very difficult right now since Monty has his head being constantly monitored.
Oh.
Or, my theory was, what if we go to some of the most holy parts? With the primes maybe gone, where are they all at? Quakar. Maybe some divine intervention or thing from that left over some residual energy that could have affected some of the aetherite of some sort of way, and we just won't be able to tell because it's hidden.
I see what you mean.
It's the only lead we have, and it's something I'm willing to
The
investigate.
only thing I was thinking is, since you brought up the orbs, has to do with what the gold one left with me. They left me with this, and it's something that resonates with and amplifies divine energy when it's near. If there's a way to potentially use that in such a way that it could awaken divine potential inside of Aetherite such that it won't go unstable and explode, it might be a chance to potentially fabricate it as well. But it might work best if, by any chance, you were able to bring back something like what you were saying, perhaps combining the ideas something that has a glimmer and then awaken it.
I think I'm willing to try, but first I need to find it. That's why I need to get into Fevira.
Right. Well, that said, I will do whatever I can to look into all the correspondences that I had with the people that got me here in the first place, and it might be able to at least get you some people that knew where I was heading and were willing to help me get there. Before meeting up with you, of course, since you got me the last leg.
I appreciate it.
And it's good to know that I have someone else that I guess until the day comes that you need to act upon that hunt. That I at least have somebody else I can talk to, because otherwise the only one who I knew was in the know was Professor Takia.
He's busy with his own work, so...
Yeah.
That's why Monty, I think, tasked me with it too, because he knows he's busy. But Takia has the book. If I can possibly get the book off of Takia, or at least some of the information, I can then go forward and
at least
keep looking.
The theories, make a copy of it or something. I think having one here and having one there, attack it from two different fronts would be...
I wouldn't know how to... That'd take a while to do. If we had Mordred still around, I think, somewhere, but busy.
Well, a lot of it was mostly just ramblings and ideas of what-ifs, not necessarily implementable...
What ifs is all we got, right?
Exactly, but the point being, most of it is ideas in words, not necessarily through formulas, structures, all that. That I think he kind of
followed if it was formulas.
That I think he kind of anticipated leaving in, well, our hands. Seeing as the way he told me was right before the airship took off was, go talk to Takia, let him know I sent you, he'll know why. That was it.
Yeah, that's the same thing he told me.
He has a certain way of being annoyingly vague.
Well, it must be kept under wraps, though, so I don't blame him. I hope you haven't told anyone else.
I have not. That much I have kept completely close to the chest. The only reason why I even brought it up was because I had a strong feeling, given that I saw two of you walking together after that
So he's also
discussion.
my buddy. But yes.
Well, yes.
I've known for quite some time. For the past few months, ever since we left Norndale, I've known. And I've been making my own plans, but
Well,
I
I
need to
wish
get more
he had,
information.
I
now
wish
that
he
he's
had
here.
indicated as such, because it would have been easier to tag up on this a lot sooner. But at least we know now.
Better late than never, right?
Either way.
Is there anyone else from Fevira I may be able to talk to? I've been trying to track them all down.
Fevira, well, I do believe...
Terrace. I heard I need to speak to Helma.
Have you spoken to Asaya? He said himself, at least, and I cannot verify the validity of this, but his father, or at least someone in his family, was supposed to be a prime.
I guess he'll be the next on my list.
However, I would be careful with what aspects you bring up in that regard, just in case it is unintentionally.
I can do them.
Well, just in case you unintentionally set him off on a tirade of some sort. But as far as getting into Fevira, I think if there is anyone who's going to know people that brush shoulders with those who would actually be able to be in the city, it'd probably be him.
Well, I appreciate it. Thank you. It's greatly
course.
appreciated.
Alright.
I'll be on my way. I'll keep looking. Thank you.
Of course.
And I'll keep note with that.
Thanks.
Of course. Do well.
Well, I'm pretty sure you're doing a
Good to see you again.
Hi. Is there anything else you should speak of?
Yeah.
How things have been well for you in the city?
Yeah, they've been. I've just been really busy with since Master Dinwiddie's been gone, and yeah, I'm.
Bumped up to an advisory role in the Tech Division.
essentially the head alchemist, for better or worse.
Hopefully
so,
it's not
yeah,
too.
it's
Hopefully
good,
it's
just
not
busy.
too heavy of a mantle to wear.
Well,
great club.
I'm also working on training someone to do the basic potions to help me out as well.
Yes, it is a great club.
Well, I hope that goes well for you, and I hope that they're showing promise.
So far, yeah, I think they'll do good.
That's good to hear. I'm just glad things haven't gotten worse for you since the last time we were here.
You're going to tire yourself out
It's been
way too quickly.
quite a few months
Yeah, I mean,
since then.
Shattered as it is.
Overall, things aren't the best, but there's nothing terrible. It's
So I've heard bits and pieces.
Swing more.
I mean, I was glad to at least come back and see that it was still standing the same way that we left it.
Good joke, good joke.
yeah, we haven't had
Give name back?
Still not there.
we haven't had any more Rift Beast or
Yeah.
Palvendor issues since you left. You certainly all helped us there.
That's honestly
here.
great. If the greatest problems are just locally grown, that's probably the best situation one could be looking for.
No, over your left shoulder.
Well,
it's not ideal, but comparatively,
not all of
Bring
them
it
are
down forward.
locally grown, but
fair enough.
Lightly.
But
well,
you joined
And then when
in
it
particular,
makes
the
contact,
long
you swing it
after
around.
rice imports from Kalani, they've been getting more and more expensive,
comes look under.
but
Momentum.
With,
That is
I
your greatest
with
understand
more
that.
and more ports starting to become unavailable or flat out gone, it's not entirely surprising. It's unfortunate, but I can see why it's happening.
Never mind. Nazis under fence.
Yeah, for now, we still
World
have
under fence magic.
enough to make stamina potions, but
Magic fence. Me says. You see,
if things keep going,
Professor there.
we might start running into shortages of that. Ground rice is a necessary ingredient for stamina potions, after all.
No speaks.
I'll take your word on that regard. Alchemy isn't really my strong suit.
Killed.
Good evidence.
Killed Ferali.
Yeah.
Front eyes. Killed Ferali once. Long
Very
before
least,
now.
But
seems like you at least have
Ferali
a
name.
It's okay.
idea of what is needed, which
Work with Rally Killer.
hopefully there are ways to mitigate that given the current
Work with
situation.
Ferali killer, not bite.
Perhaps you will get a
yeah,
chance to fight. Who knows?
This one's still here.
Has there been any
Some of the
potential of
ingredients-
growing any of those ingredients
Translate.
locally? I know it won't solve things immediately, as there would still be the growing cycle, but
No die.
has there been any
Good alive.
way to potentially look into
Good
doing that
alive.
to supply your practice?
Sure, I just. It's in the bed.
rice is a difficult crop to grow. From my understanding, it requires fields of water that the plants sit in,
For people with combat ability.
and it takes large fields. It's just,
I see.
it's not the sort of plant that you can do
Have you done any approaching?
small gardens to help with, from my understanding.
Fair.
No one
But for other stuff,
the person who can cast magic.
there's been merchants who I've been able to go through, and
I see.
it's, yeah, really, it's all a little more expensive other than stuff that can be found around here, but that's
I know the
just
usual.
business with
That's good enough for now.
more and more things being harder.
Hey,
Anger, no. No anger.
that's
And have you been
Remembers.
good?
Remembers well.
for the most part. There have been some complications in our travels across the continent, but it has been primarily well.
Hope held
I've been able to keep myself
Learn.
busy and,
Learn.
more importantly,
Not good.
keep maintenance and upkeep on
Drink water.
both that and keep helping create more of those across various parts.
If this information is dangerous.
Angry.
It has been a very interesting path, as before working on the shields and the airship, I didn't actually have a whole lot of background in Aethertech.
You missed it.
And I got quickly taught by necessity, and ended up being very involved in the process of upkeep on both of them now. So
I beat you. That is a draw.
I suppose it's a sign of having a good mentor.
Say necessity is the best teacher sometimes, so.
True.
It's
somewhat.
It's. I'm glad that things are going good overall. So.
Well, that's good.
Good. Age like soup.
Did you guys do it?
Oh.
I did.
Soup not age good.
I will leave you.
Musty age is good. Boomer age is good.
Yes, actually, she
If you were in the middle of something, by all
came
means.
along with us when we departed, and has formally joined with us as part of our auxiliary forces.
I just enjoyed.
I hope she's been good.
She has. She has been no trouble at all.
It's some.
Man,
I should get one of us. I should do this.
You're more than free to say hi if you recognize him.
Hey, Céline.
Excuse me.
Hi.
Céline.
You were next. You've been introduced.
Yes, sounds like you've been having a
I'm Ezra.
busy day.
Meneth Jordan.
This is me relaxing and having some R&R. Trust me.
You know what?
I don't think we've
Fair.
If we have met, and this is my second time introducing myself, I apologize.
I would
I
say
think we did back over
the
in
thing
Destin
I'd
Bay, but I think it was
ask
a
you
very much
about is
informal
probably
meeting
not
at that
for the
time.
training ground still.
Makes sense, makes sense.
Then I will have to sort of tell Luca that I will be talking to him next after my conversation with you.
You as well.
I will do that
Some
real
time.
quick.
Fair.
Yeah.
You're waiting outside there. That wasn't for me.
Joined us.
I will come find you after I'm done talking with Céline. She was next in the patch of orders. I mean, in the order of operations.
Sure, no worries.
I will find you post haste.
Okay. How'd you talk to
Shall we go?
Anyone in particular, or just? I'd say
What'd
just
y'all talk about?
a little ways away.
I will follow you.
Fair enough.
Speak to some people from Fevira.
I have a few ideas. We have to step away from this area in particular, though, Bert. I'm not gonna lie.
Sure.
If you want to continue to talk,
Let's
please.
go to the camp.
I won't say all the way up to the airship. I don't think that's necessary. Just away from the hustle and bustle of everything.
Do not mind him. He is my guard captain for the escort of the day.
That's more than fine. It has to do with what you had asked me to go speak to Professor Takia about shortly before we left here. I was more wanting to, since I only got to really hear the rationales and thought process behind it secondhand, I was wanting to know if you'd be able to explain a bit more as to what you think would even be able to be possible, let alone where to start. I know I'm not the only one who was informed this, as I have now recently found out, but I have been thinking about that matter and had come up with a bit of a blank save one thing, but I'll save that for, I guess, just wanting to hear how you think one could even potentially achieve what you're theorizing.
You are speaking of the Divine Aetherite, correct?
Yes, that.
And I told you what it might entail if we do find it, or able to manifest it.
Well,
But there's no differences between our realms.
With the recent, shall we say, adventures I've been going through in my sleep, I would be very inclined to agree.
Is it private?
I have
already
found
requested
myself
you.
on the opposite side of that, finding myself closer and closer to what I very well think would be perhaps the origin of Aetherite itself. Literally thrown into it, which would be a better way to say it. But given our experiences and what we experienced together in that dream several months back, I now have a bit of an idea of where we potentially may have been and what that could very well mean in regards to, well, discovering if such a substance exists. The simple matter is, well, the more complicated matter is, how does one tap into that? Is that along the same lines as what you were thinking?
To some degree, yeah. I'm more so curious about the implications of what it might mean should it exist. Again, having no differentiations from the different realms. That gods are no different from people, and that might entail the same for the rift beasts. That's a scary thought. Now, I think it might be more darker and complex than that, at least on their side. At least what differentiates us from the gods we can at least accumulate now. Some sort of omnipotent thing, either all-knowing or all-powerful. If it is all-knowing, then how does one gain that knowledge within our current stance? Because it is obtainable in that case. If it is all-powerful, then the primes were the closest things to being gods as it is, them being able to cast in the fifth circle and actually make miracles happen. But they're all dead now.
All dead except for maybe one, although maybe it's not so much dead as it is beyond the reach of most. Although, based off of my experiences with, maybe I should say, what I think might be their counterpart, it bears the question of who they were in the first place. I've had closer dealings with not just the golden orb that presented itself as Alea to us, but more recently to the other one that called itself Shoff as well. And the one that resides within the purple.
Duh. The abyssal.
Yes.
Or at least so called.
I have reason to believe that based off the manner of their speech and where people were taken and what it was described to be said they were doing might imply an origin of where they may come from, as well as the fact that they potentially may be, for lack of a better word, direct children of, well, the progenitor goddess, or one of them. Which would in turn, if that were true, make this, who we've been seeing as Alea, the child of the other. Erina for Shoff and Draduna for Alea. Recently I had found out a bit of this firsthand from being pulled into one of the dreams in which they fully manifested. They were traveling on for lack of a better word, a river that ran between the various realms, and based off what they described themselves to be doing and where we physically were in relevance to other planes, I believe that they started the journey from what very well might be actual proof that the plane of Abyss does in fact exist. Which might mean that the plane that we were in previously with, well, who we saw as Alea might have been its counterpart on the opposite side of the spectrum. The reason why I believe that is because of the things that we saw with, for instance, that river that Vesper tried to almost go into, where it exhibited behaviors consistent with that of either the description of what stasis or time would be, but more importantly, where we finished could very well be the closest to the idea of what the plane of soul would have been, given the state it was in.
That... incredible. We were somewhere between the realms. Stasis, time,
they called
life and death, then.
They called it the Aether Stream. Shoff, at least, was called it. The one that we were on was specifically at the time that we were present, traveling between the realms of Death and Stella. And they said specifically that one because they did not want to go near Entropy. Their destination was Aqua, to check on Luna. But if that was their destination, and the fastest route was between realms like those, then they couldn't have started in either of them, because they would have likely had a more direct path, which means they had to start from somewhere a theoretical further distance away. Which is why I believe that is where they might have started their journey, from somewhere beyond either of those two realms.
Theoretically, it could have started from the life, because all things begin there. But that would be the simple thing. It'd just be way too simple.
Given...
just start from there.
Given their disposition and their nature, for lack of a better word, I would find it strange to see them originating from life. After all, one example of just, I mean, we see their effect on those who had, well, met with them or in some cases angered them, and how they exhibit a grasp over powers that are, well, as we understand them, the exact opposite of life. How true that may be in terms of what their relationship is another story. However, another strange indication of that matter was, in that encounter when I learned these things, there were others present, but my interaction with them got cut short because, for whatever reason, they seemed fascinated with something I was wearing at the time. I believe it might have been my pin, before grabbing me by the neck and throwing me into that Aether Stream, in which I promptly proceeded to end up somewhere else, for lack of a better word. The only
Where would you end up elsewhere then? You were somewhere between realms.
I do not know, but when I awoke the first time...
Céline.
When I awoke, it was this void, but not like an infinite blackness. It was this. It was almost like looking out into the infinite stars. Not really moving, but I knew I was falling. It did not feel like I was somehow in Stella. It just felt like I was outside the pattern entirely. It was enough of a strain on my psyche that I was certain that I had actually truly died in my sleep, and when I woke up here, it took a while to even come back to reality. But when in similar sense as how Vesper had taken something from that realm that we were in before and brought it back here, they took that pin from me and kept it wherever they were, but more recently returned it. Although when they did, it was like this, completely rusted over. Why they gave it back, I do not know, but that's
impossible.
I would.
What I mean is that the pins are made from pure gold. Gold does not rust. It never corrodes.
Look upon it. Does this look like gold to you?
I see. I do see. It's.
And I know it to be certain because the one I had a particular nick in it from a tool clanging up against it, as well as a bit of combat damage, and I can point out every single one of those same flaws. They're still present underneath all of the corrosion. The only reason I keep it with me is I feel like it is some kind of test of what I would do with it given what happened and what they said afterwards.
It could be a connection. Vesper was able to take back the flowers he took. Those were things that were intertwined with the realms that were caught in the between. If perhaps there's some sort of awakening, they could be sort of strings tied to those realms.
Possibly.
That's what I've been wondering.
On that same note, I've figured out what happened when that flower that we received before, at the very end, before we woke up. For you all, it awoke your celestial wells. This marking appeared on me, and I hadn't been able to figure it out for some time, but recently I discovered what it does. It reacts to the presence of other divine impulses, mostly those associated with healing, but then can amplify them to such a way that they coalesce far faster than should be physically possible for that magic. Which, based off of what was being talked about and the potential of that divine aephorite, it could be potentially a way to awaken such a spark, if there is at least one that can be found within it, but make it manifest faster than it would otherwise be possible. I haven't yet tried it on this because, well, if I'm wrong and I try to infuse or amplify something that isn't there, there's a good chance it would explode and take my hand with it. But I feel it is, if you're, based off what you're saying, it might be a tether to that side. Although when I've tried to reach out to them again since, they've been frighteningly absent. I do not feel them when I try to reach out to them the same way that I felt that connection before. The only one who has ever answered as of late to most others that I know has been Shoff. And I feel that something may have happened to them, but I have no way of proving it.
Perhaps it would all be simpler if those damn deities floating about could just simply speak to us.
Apparently that is because that is the most power they can muster in this realm. The reason why they have pulled people into dreams is that they are not having to expend as much energy to communicate in that state, because we are closer.
Because they are within their realm.
We are closer to where they actually are.
So then why is this realm so different? They all interconnected and coalesce with each other. And why are we separate?
That, I feel like, is a thing that even if they could answer, I don't know if they would. It seems that there are some topics that they may know more than they let on, but they refuse to speak about, whether or not it is a matter of rules set upon them by their creators. As I know, at the very least, Shoff has referred to a, without specific name, they have referred to somebody that they look upon as Mother, which means there is at least one who is stronger than they and is directly responsible for their existence.
Either a true god or the greater god.
And for that matter, whatever they are is very heavily intertwined with what I hear and the things happening to parts of my body. Although they seemed very offended by the implication that it was them, as, per their words, many are Shoff, but not all are. What they are still is a mystery to me. But I at least have that as a point to look upon, if I am able. Regardless, I feel that based off this, the best chance of finding it would be finding a way to reestablish that link to where we ended up, or otherwise find a way to extend ourselves to somewhere associated with that realm, if not to be able to visit it in a similar way as before and bring back something that could be used as the basis of connecting with them. I know Captain Murphy has his own idea of how to find something like that. I'm starting to get my own. I was hoping to see if there was anything that I might be able to get with that in mind from you before we inevitably depart here to some other part of Asix. Because who knows when we'll ever return, if we will, period.
The only thing I have been able is my aethertech expertise in that chase for divine aetherite. Though, with the essence extractor in mind, if we are able to manifest it ourselves, then that goes to show that, again, we are no different. I wanted to sort of propose perhaps using the essence extractor against pure aetherite as it is. If it's able to do the same for a river beast, then perhaps it could do the same for an inanimate object that has been warped by the
and extract what makes it tied to it to a pure state.
Yes. Yes, essentially having a blank slate aetherite already warped and perhaps being able to sort of exude divine energy into it. I
suppose the only way to really be able to try that would be, well, either you making it yourself or me and him.
I cannot.
Getting the ability to do so, but depending on how above or below the board we want this to be, it would be difficult to make one outside of the confines of making one for our shield generators, let alone experimenting with it, given how many have many numerous misconceptions on what it is in the first place. Seeing it being...
You do have more freedom than I do.
I realize that.
I cannot create one in Norendel. I do not have any such privacy to do so.
I see.
Unless I want to be hung within the few next coming days.
Well, I don't. I would certainly hope you don't, as I would have, well, concerns in that regard if you did.
That is why I entrusted to both of you.
Right. I am more than fine with trying it. It was just a matter of actually putting it into practice and being able to do so without drawing the ire or preferably attention of, well, those who would rather that we don't even utilize it, even though they've seen that it is able to be used for good purposes. They still have sore spots over where it originated from, even if it cannot be used in the same way. Still.
I do hope they've been treating you nicely, even with the knowledge that you carry. They're forced upon you too.
They have. Most people, for the most part, have come around or accepted it. Not everyone, I think, is fully completely aware of who makes what parts of it anyways. And if anything, the things that they hold against me have nothing to do with this and have entirely to do with this.
I suppose that's nothing new then.
That's why I thought it would be ideal for me to have learned in the first place, because for all the reasons that they have to dislike me, they can focus upon much more overt things than dig deeper on implications of other matters. Given the position I find myself in, it seems like that this might be ideal given the mutual interests both of those beings seem to have in me, for them to leave their own mark on me, literally, figuratively, or just all the changes that happen. Because it might require understanding things both. But hopefully some of that information gives you leads of your own, seeing as we won't be able to directly collaborate on the matter, and any of that would have to be from afar, if at all.
This has been very imperative, and I do hope we are able to keep contact the more we learn about this.
I will certainly try.
Is there anything else you wish to speak of, Céline?
Not quite. More or less the status of everything tied into ultimately that very question of what does this even entail? I just hope that there is a way to find that solution, as since you last saw me, it has spread further. This entire arm is no longer typical, and it's been going down the side of my body as well. So, although I've at least grown to be a bit less resentful of it, I'm just more scared of it. Because now the stakes of who or what it is tied to seem a lot greater than initially even believed. It's not exactly a comforting thought when something that is the closest to a god that you have ever met looks upon you and is just as confused about what makes you tick as you are.
I suppose we can reconvene then at a later time, yes?
I would say that for now. I wish not to take up more of your time than I already have, but it seemed like this was a more important subject to discuss than I originally thought.
Yes, it was not very important. I will have to go find Luca now.
Yes.
It was good to talk to you, Céline.
It was as well. I was also happy to see Materasu's being in good spirits as well. She was quite happy to see people.
Yes.
Were you waiting for me or him?
Both, actually.
Oh.
Does it need both of us?
Is
I
it-
must speak to Luca is all.
Is it fast?
He's been waiting all day.
I'll find you again, Professor.
If not, then I will find you another day for sure. I heard you are staying for another 2 days?
Yes, I believe their plan
Right.
is to make sure all the unsorted actually have colors before we depart for anywhere else, lest we find ourselves needing to rely on said teams. It'd be ideal for them to be
Careful how you phrase that.
You know what I mean.
I know what you mean. Anyway, if not today, then I'll find you in the next coming days for sure.
It's only a brief question, so I'll endeavor to catch you before the night's through.
Very well then. I will come find you if I can then.
To be fair, I thought my question would be brief and then it turned into anything but. Anyways. I'm at least free.
Just in case there are prying ears over the other side of the fence.
Best to assume there usually is.
Whether or not she's found you yet, Windows will come looking for you with questions. Questions about the shield generator. I'm assuming I'm not incorrect in believing that you won't answer any questions.
Given what I have recently found out about her, I am being very wary of that.
And what might that be?
Well, to be perfectly honest, I know I promised that I would not speak about it, but I think out of anybody, as long as you understand the gravity of why it is on the down low, she got grilled the other day about her behavior as of late, given her uncharacteristic jumpiness when it came to people that, per the background she was saying, should be comfortable and fine with. She is not a Flencian soldier in the slightest. She is Palvandorian, specifically from the same group that was located with Riftwatch where we were in Beston Bay. She ran away from them.
She claims to have deserted.
Yes, that is the claim. However, she has one lingering tie that is potentially something that could be a problem if that were to be used against her, because people make poor decisions when it comes to matters of family. She has a sister.
A sister.
And that sister is still with Riftwatch and probably is not in the best condition with the sudden departure of, well, her. However, if anyone asks if they know that you know this, I didn't tell you. However,
of course,
given you're the other one who is primarily responsible
and
for
you're
the
also not the
business,
only other one in the school that knows.
I am well aware. I do not know who does and doesn't know. It's none of my business, other than as we are the two that hold the most vital key of what they are wanting to know about. I figured it is best that you know in case you did not. And it sounds like I was right in that you were not clued off about it, but, well, the ones who...
No, I've heard.
Good.
But I just wanted to make sure. Just in case different stories have been spreading around different circles.
I heard it directly from the one who initiated said grilling, so I would hope that they did not mislead me on that matter.
I should hope not. But still, my point is that we need to make sure that...
I will not answer any questions about it. Especially nothing
She's
having to do.
spoken to Monty, and he seems to have, well, after their little talk, he pointed her towards us, of course, for information. She seemed to pry. She seems to know more than I would have thought that he would have shared freely. So I'm not entirely sure if she was being genuine or trying to goad me out of information.
I will.
That's why I wish to speak to the professor.
I will play my cards carefully should she come up to me.
Aye, at this time it is.
Indeed.
But
Find a spot, I suppose.
regardless, I will keep that in mind. Thank you for letting me know.
My only thought is that if she
somehow
does
I feel
have
like she-
some insight into it.
She might be reluctant to come find me in the first place, as something tells me that given that the ones who pried that information out of her in the first place were Team Lumen, that they might think that I have similar dispositions towards them. I don't necessarily do, but I also see that as reason to be wary, much more so than those who are just theoreticals with the auxiliary force individuals. Given that they are from a place that was in direct conflict and interference with what we were doing there, there's a lot more red flags that need to be lowered, and, well, based off what you're telling me, they're not doing any good job of lowering them themselves. If anything, they're raising more.
No, that is true. I will tell you one thing that is in confidence. And obviously we need to trust each other, the two of us being the two that know what we know.
Right. I trust you.
During our stay over in Beston, we did a little poking around of the other side of the town in preparation for something that never came to fruition. Her appearance is rather distinct. You would agree?
Yes. Not many people with pink hair, let alone her features.
Aye. While we were scouting out for that little operation, there was one amongst the Palvandorians matching her description. I figured at first it to be her, but if this story of sisters to be believed, I suppose it could be either of the two of them. So I know at least
You would
one
still
of them was
prove
present.
credence for, at least for their part, how they were able to find their way to us. Even if they got off the ship with others, doesn't necessarily mean that they got on all that far away.
Aye. But regardless, I just wanted to inform you and also suggest that maybe we start thinking about how we're going to handle this. As I said, she seems to have learned more from the professor than I would have wished her to, but that seems too late. That ship has sailed. So, if she's going to be persistent, perhaps
As long as she does not get information regarding what we hold, as I would hope he was smart enough not to share his
No, I believe
knowledge
he,
of that matter.
He held off on that regard. That's why he pointed her to us.
Yes.
But I will say,
Smelling that defensive thing down. We're going to drop contraband off into Lucia's tent. What? Just kidding.
Luca. That's...
I will say that as she does have a little of the knowledge enough to want to pry further, shutting down her inquiries and pushing her away might not be the ideal way of handling it.
It's more
And
of
perhaps there might be some benefit to
measured leaking
providing
of some
alternate
matters.
information.
Hmm.
It might be wise to think about what might benefit us if we assume we assume that she is working for Palador. If she passes knowledge on as fact on our behalf,
Potentially.
there is an opportunity there to use that to our advantage.
We'll have to be very careful
Well,
of that, because
potentially
that would be
so.
something that would only potentially work once, depending on...
Aye, which is why I suggest plenty of thought before putting any motion into play.
Right. I'd say whatever ends up happening on that regard, should we go that route, it should potentially be a conversation that we're both part of, as opposed to doing it asynchronously. It might put more credence to it if the two that the chief creator of the shield directed them towards simultaneously share that fact versus potentially contradict each other unintentionally.
I agree, but my point being that off the top of my head I can't think of what exactly would the best information to pass along be, so if you can...
I would say it's something that we need to think on
consider.
for,
Aye.
at the very least, a day's worth of time, probably several.
No, I agree, but that's why I was letting you know now, so
I will...
you can begin thinking on it, and if we come to some
I will think it over.
ingenious idea, then we can
Indeed.
decide between the two of us. Also, I caught up with Luker about the little plan I had with him and the other auxiliary. It seems that nothing has come of that. I think he might have just completely forgotten it was a thing.
You might potentially
put my
look
trust
in
there
with,
in the wrong
with
place.
Jackson. I know he worked with them a lot on maintenance of the airship and the, discovery of that residue within the engines. He didn't
Aye.
seem to report any adverse information from that. So I'd say, within reason, it might be potentially safe to lessen the perimeter a bit, but only so much. Especially until we can verify how well any of them would be able to withstand prying questions from, others. The less they know, the less they
I
can
agree.
tell. But that isn't to say that we should keep them in the dark solely because of the actions of someone else. That is only crippling us in the long run.
Aye, but this winter matter is more pressing.
It is.
So
That's private.
have a think on that, and
I will.
if we can come to some agreement of how best to handle her prying.
We will talk more on this later for sure, but I think for now we'll just talk
Aye,
ourselves
that we
in
shall.
circles.
Aye. I need to learn from the professor what he told her, just to ensure that she wasn't lying to me to get information.
Wouldn't be the first time that people from that area tried doing that. That one woman with the purple hair that was walking around was very adept at implying that they knew things that they may not necessarily ever been told in an effort to get people to volunteer at thinking someone else already had. So it was very likely this very same tactic is being employed.
I wouldn't.
Already established
escalation. What's it
And
entail?
knowing how
Practically.
this group of people have handled sensitive information in the past.
The less people that are involved, the better. Yes.
Aye.
I will
Well,
leave it at that.
I shall let you be. If I do learn any more, I'll let you know.
Sure. Same to you. Gods. I cannot. I think that's enough serious conversation for one day. I want to go lose my brain cell.
a goal to push yourself towards to achieve.
Where's Barrett? I brushed him off and I feel bad. It was important.
Hello.
Hi.
What I have to go through is a lot more harder than that. It's culture, tradition, and faith.
Must be at the training ground still. Is that fauna up there? Yep, that would be her up there. I guess it'll be training grounds, if not that, then airship. We'll start here.
You trust me, right? That
Was it
man
good?
is legendary and does his job to a much better.
It was like a culture thing. Like, you know, he's rich
don't think it
and
was a culture
I'm
thing.
stuck,
That'll be that.
and
Not there.
Get myself to the camp.
Then probably. Well, if it's not there, it's not the airship, then I don't know where he is. So hopefully he's over here.
This early interview is more for Sunny. Sunny, have you ever done training in the cave with like magic?
No. That would be. I know
Alright.
Angel does that. Why?
Okay, yeah. There's a burnt spot of leaves on the demon rhino. I just wanted to find out who it was.
Okay. Start from the top, work our way down. Why is it moving? I'm trying to look at who's in the lobby just to make sure he's still here, but I like can't fucking see because it keeps moving. Okay, well there are people up on the rocks over there. I don't know if it's him though. I don't think he would have any reason to be over there. Could have sworn I heard someone else in here.
I said honesty. Blur. Céline.
Hi.
You're fine, you can join here.
Sorry, I was looking around for you, had no idea where you would
I
want
understand you were busy with Monty, that's why, and you kind of shooed me away, so I assumed that was important.
It was, and it was good that I finished that conversation when I did, as it was very insightful for the reason I was talking to him.
That's good enough.
That's good. Let's see.
Still, there was technically the question that you wanted to ask to Céline specifically. It's good that she's here now.
Yes.
Wish to do that.
I don't know if it's something that should be said openly, based off Euro's reaction as well. Do you mind if we talk in private? Just the two of us?
I suppose so, if that's okay with these two. I don't know if they are, if they were finished with their conversation.
Would you like us to step out, or...?
For a moment. I don't know how long it might be, but hopefully not too long.
Fair enough.
I'm not asking for detailed information or anything.
Very well.
Over here, I suppose.
We'll come
Anything
get.
sure to happen, bang against the door.
We'll come get you. God,
I know you will.
I hope nothing happens. That would be really strange. Unless you won't show up. What can I do for you?
Oh, so I was talking with Monty about it earlier. Because I was fascinated with the shield. And my most curious question was, how does the shield differentiate between life and a wrecked beast? And he seemed a bit nervous to talk about it, like almost like ashamed or something. And I brought this up with, well, he then told me to speak to you and Ural about it. But Ural said that he won't tell me until after sorting. But Monty was insistent that I know now before I get myself more involved with Rosewood. That I should know the truth about it, whatever that means. But if you wanted to know how much I know know something about necromancy and soul jars are invoked, an extraction machine for rift beasts, and about what happened in Kenvale.
And out of curiosity, who gave you such information, just to understand if it is valid or not?
Oh, Monty.
Monty did. Well, from that alone, if that is what you were saying, then you can understand why he would be a bit dodgy about talking about it, since, well, it's not exactly a well looked upon topic, even in casual conversation.
I understand. Ural was acting the same way.
To that same extent, though. The reason why he doesn't wish to talk about it is that the difficulty in accomplishing such things is, well, not exactly a simple matter to just explain in passing conversation. It's honestly a miracle.
Well, I mean, we can talk more about it later.
It's honestly a miracle that it worked even in the first place, because it was simply a lot of, well, a lot of Aethertech is asking the question, what if? We can agree on that, right? Well, some questions are harder to answer than others, and that one is, well, it's very much a case of it is hard to share what it was versus seeing it in action. And from what I understand, you've somewhat seen the end result as far as it's working. At least while we were in Beston Bay after it was powered on for the first time. Correct?
Yes.
To that extent, the reason why he directed you to me and Ural is, out of a lot of people here, while we are not the only ones, we have worked very extensively on the matter and have a lot of hands-on experience with it, so somewhat take charge of building the entire thing and helping direct people where they need to go. It's less of a formality and more of a seniority sort of thing, as far as who's had their hands on it the most. There are some parts of it that cannot be shown, both to their complexity and simply to respect the original wishes. That is something that I unfortunately cannot budge on that front. Neither do I want to, nor do I wish
asked
to.
me to have you tell me that was his wishes.
I would prefer to hear it from his mouth versus I understand that might be what might have been said, or it could be how it was interpreted. But I would only be comfortable bringing up matters of something that I was, well, to those who have worked on it from every aspect, the generator and every individual piece that goes into it. All of us have been asked to some degree to limit the amount that we speak on such things until we have full understanding of those who we are working with on it, those who originally developed it, versus...
Hope to become that person.
That, to be perfectly honest, will just remain to be seen. That's why Yorl, and I would say I would agree, waiting till sorting, and at the very least, when we are more in a position that, I'd say at bare minimum, simply for convenience's sake, until we are in a position where something is being built, as it is with this particular device in particular. There is so much that goes into making it work that talking about it effectively is pointless. You simply knowing how it works.
Is this something dangerous, or is this something that your allies would break ties with if they found out?
I would say I do not believe it to be dangerous. The principles and how the function is designed, how the means of the operation of this device and the constituent parts were theorized and executed in operation, they are, as they stand, used in the form that they are for, and, well, the inspiration for everything does not necessarily mean that it is used in the exact same manner, if that is at least some degree of... I would say that the biggest problem, and the reason why it is not exactly something that is fondly talked about by most, is that there is a immense amount of misunderstanding of what it is and what it is believed to be.
So is that why you don't tell the others about it? The other nations?
Restate your question in a different way. I'm not sure if I understand it exactly how you are putting it.
Rosewood keeps the workings of the shield a secret, right? And my question is, why? There was something so wondrous, something that could protect people. Why are you so selective about who gets it? Should this be something that's shared? Everybody could be protected if they knew, yes?
I would say it is a complex matter. To some degree, that is outside my degree of control. Those who have proven that they understand what it is used for and why, but to the extent of who gets to know that is not my own decision. My own theory on that?
Whose decision is that?
That would have to fall strictly to the leadership of Rosewood, as it is knowledge that is core to the initiative's current objectives, and thus those who make the calls on, well, our day-to-day actions and where we go, who we go out to assist. It is also up to them to
Doesn't
determine...
make any sense. So you're telling me that this is not something that's dangerous, but that you refuse to give it to anyone else that is outside. Why? So you can be some heroes or something? And lord it
No.
over everyone else?
If you remember what I said about how
You haven't
it is...
explained why. You said a lot of things, but you haven't answered my question.
Because
you simply
we
told me that you can't answer it.
Because I am not in a position where I am permitted to speak about the full extent of the operations of it, and simply having hearsay word of somebody else does not really constitute permission. No offense. But what I had said before about how the concept of how various pieces work and how people assume they work do not align, that is a conversation that resulted in a lot of strife within Rosewood itself. That is not something that we are looking to reenact with every single person that is given this technology and entrusted to utilize it for the purpose that it was designed for.
One of the things you told me are lies about morality. I'll be taking my leave.
Frustrating girl. You're telling me. Well, that went about how I expected.
What's the matter?
I'm glad Yoral warned me in advance that's what they were going to be asking about. She's prying for information about how the shield generator works, specifically the manner of which how it is able to discern between allowed and unallowed things, i.e. the parts of it that we are strictly not supposed to be talking about with other people, and that knowledge is being safeguarded to specific people, which for whatever reason Monty decided, or at least that is what they say, Monty directed them to speak to Yoral and I, which is a very questionable choice of directing, given that we are the ones who know.
Wait. Monty decided to point her into your two directions?
That's what she claims. However, she said that in her own words, that he said it was okay to tell her, but I told her point blank, I would rather hear it from his mouth, not from hearsay.
No,
and
I agree.
She is... And the most that I said about how anything of that works is that the reason that we do not divulge everything about it is that even within Rosewood, the theory of operation versus the reality of operation of a number of parts of the shield generator did not align, and there were a lot of assumptions made about what could or could not be done with the things that we had developed, and as such is not a fight or conversation we wish to reenact with every single person that we introduce this technology to. Theoretically, yes. At least he has no intent of disappearing after. He may linger around until we leave again from Norndel.
It might be.
But Yoral
specifically,
well, Yoral already has had a desire to seek him out for that very purpose of validating what he did or did not tell her, let alone if he did in fact direct them to us.
She's still in there?
She left down the stairs, presumably off the airship. She seemed rather upset with my stonewalling of the subject matter. Perhaps I could have handled it a bit better, but I was not about to imply the exact theory of operation of all those things, because I already know some people have loose enough lips as it is. I didn't need to imply...
No, Céline, you've made a smart choice.
And, well, this is further reason why I've been having my misgivings about them just on the nature of the team, because if people like Vesper were here and learned that they were doing stuff around that nature, they would probably be far less kind about it than you.
Make it sound like I'm here sitting here just like smiling about the Snyder fact.
I know you're
Hearing
not.
that already pisses me off.
Oh, trust me, it does as well, and the only reason why I felt like I was in any good position to have that conversation was because I was warned in advance she would be looking for me sooner or later. I didn't realize it was going to be this rapid, however, given that she had been stonewalled on both sources of information, she is likely going to start poking and prodding at just about anybody that she can get, but she seemed belligerently upset about the implication that we don't share the knowledge with everybody so that it benefits everybody. Why do we withhold it and decide who does and doesn't get it? I simply said, that's not within my decision to make. That would be up to the leadership of the initiative. And for whatever reason, that did not seem to be an acceptable answer.
In the end of the day, she does have a point, though. It doesn't matter. The shield generators and everything need to be something that everybody should use. In the end of the day, the Rift Beast is a common enemy.
Yes, the problem is the shield generator is useless on its own. I mean, well, actually, it's not useless. It works, just... it blocks everything. There is no differentiating it. That's what happened in our initial test, is that when we powered it on as the barrier formed, it pushed all of us out. That's why it needs the way to discern friend or foe.
I'm sure you know this, Céline, but I'm going to say it just so it's sure as in order. Try and keep any secret to the barrier inside of the people who were at that meeting. And preferably don't even speak about it out loud ever.
Greetings.
Way ahead of you. Yor and I have already spoken at length about this subject matter and how to handle this, given that their attention is currently focused directly on us, as ultimately, ultimately, the others could talk about and blab all they want about how any of that stuff works, but they won't get the actuals on how to do it unless they pry it directly out of both of our hands. There's a reason why neither of us have our stuff written down anywhere. It is solely in my head.
Well,
but I should probably go
Clearly
find
someone
him
who does
and
not understand
let him know that
Go for it.
what he feared was going to happen indeed immediately happened shortly after.
Before you do, I don't know if now is the time to bring it up.
Very well.
But we should make a decision soon.
Given
the sun's almost down.
That's exactly what I'm saying.
Well, I would say I was already kind of more set on my personal opinion, but this particular encounter has only solidified the fact that I think that it would be an even greater problem to have them directly around us. I would still prefer to invite Helma.
Oh, okay, I understand what's happening.
But
okay.
this,
yeah, if it's a security risk, yeah.
But at this point, I think now it's a risk to be in close proximity to them, as I do not really wish to be subject to this badgering constantly when their allegiances are at question.
Right.
I will still look out for them. I feel bad for them given what I know of their situation. However, that does not change the
Oh, I
fact that they
understand.
are a liability and not one that I'm wanting to keep close by.
I wouldn't want to call them a liability, but
Given what they
I
are
understand.
trying to poke around with, they very well might be. They're asking questions that they shouldn't be.
They have a valid reason to do so. At the end of the day, seeing the stunning examples of the shield is understandable. The problem is still this. She's new. There have already been some issues when it comes to that entire situation of her not being trustful and truthful.
They have leverage that can be used against them by people that have been, for lack of all but formally declaring so, an enemy to us. Until such points of leverage are no longer able to be held against her, I would not give her any of that information, period.
My gut instinct is still saying that this entire time, Palvandor has their fucking fingers in this entire honeypot way too fucking deep.
Based off the things that they
This
asked
is-
and their insistence that I didn't go fact check anything, I feel like they knew more about it from the get-go and they just filled in information enough so that they could try to get their foot in the door.
Right.
Barrett, I know how you feel. It's okay.
Look,
I know what assurances you made
put a lot of
about
trust in her.
safety, but
A lot of trust in her, but if she starts poking her own fucking beehive when it comes to us, she shouldn't be surprised if we start stinging.
Case in
For now,
point.
treat it like a curiosity. Treat the native technician
Let's hope it
presumably.
stays that way.
Yor and I are handling
But
it.
be discreet.
Yor and I are handling it
Yes,
as best
sir.
we can. However, to that very same point, even though it's likely already too late for that
Alea.
point, please do not directly indicate that the reason why they were pointed to us is that we are the ones who make the part that they
I
are
won't.
inquiring on.
I won't. Alenia. Me and her are gonna have a conversation.
Well, you who reside within me, you saw that firsthand. Am I being unreasonable and being paranoid, let alone so inherently distrustful? They have not proven themselves to be an ally yet, and if anything, their behavior indicates the sheer opposite. So I am concerned that we may have an enemy within our very walls.
Yep.
Inescapable, and I see potential. And maybe she can teach me some things, and maybe I can teach her some things. Bit of a battle. Nothing only smells guardian, but
that. Oh, you've been, oh, she said something. She said something embarrassing, I could tell. Man.
I think he's realizing I'm responsible for half the running bits that kind of happen around the campus.
True.
Like Dodge Hammer and the 12-year-old fighting question.
I have heard about both of these things being brought up today. I was around for Dodge Hammer.
How many 12-year-olds do you think you could take in a fight to the death?
Hopefully more
Each
than
12-year-old has 2 knives.
Hopefully more than
Minimum.
half. One half.
Half of the 12-year-olds?
I heard one of the answers was 1/2, and I'm like, what?
Yeah, Winter.
I think I could take 100.
You can't take 100 12-year-olds.
Are they all
I could
attacking?
easily take 100 12-year-olds.
Are they all attacking you at the same time? That's the question.
Is it
They're
this
coming
question
one by
again?
one.
Yes.
Yeah, it's the 12-year-old question.
Well, first of all, you give yourself some. You take out a few to give yourself some wiggle room. Then you grab a 12-year-old and then you start using them as a weapon because that was the longest.
Is it assorted from like orcs,
It's
humans,
a mixture.
Erica's, elves?
It's a mixture of
It's a
everything.
mix. It's a mix.
Okay.
We established pretty early on. It's a mix.
I didn't hear
You're
that
like,
part.
you'll be fighting a full-grown
So I-
orc. That's the thing, right?
Yeah, that.
I'm a fool. Well, like they'd be about. Well, they wouldn't be fully grown. It'd be like. It'd probably be like about half my height. It'd be at least 4
12-year-old
feet.
orc would
Yeah,
like,
at least
be
4
up
feet
to your
tall.
shoulders.
Like about this tall. Well, first of all, I'm
No.
giant. I'm big for an orc. I'm big for an orc.
So they'd be about like this big.
No
Like
way.
probably like a
No
head,
way.
like probably just under your head for a 12-year-old. Yeah.
That would be the same height as me. That's terrifying.
Yeah.
Anyway.
I don't want to answer that question.
Maybe that sort of team.
Simply the fact that they are demanding us speak on this matter privately rather than have the support of our teams nearby indicates a lot of the nature of the request. It is not as if it is a secret what it is.
I'll stop with the compliments then and be on my way. Good luck. Good luck. Thank you. Till our paths cross again.
Well, you are right. It did not take long at all.
Aye.
It happened. She was not pleased with my answers.
Not pleased.
Oh, she left the conversation in a huff. She was, frustrated by the, fact that I, seemed to deflect the question of, why do we not share everything with, the world and let them safeguard it.
Slap.
I see.
Yeah?
Winter wants to talk to you.
You have fun with that one.
You're welcome.
Was it a both of us thing or was it him?
Nope, just him.
Okay.
Very calling. I was trying to make like a stealthy exit, but it's not really working. But hey, what's that over there?
Here, I'll look a bottle of booze.
I couldn't think of any other
It'd be
food
like
or
calling
food
Gallop a
related
cabbage.
things. No, go.
Finding Barrett Bronson. Good luck finding him. I had no idea you knew Barrett, so good luck
Céline.
again. I'll
Hello,
take
Fauna.
my leave now.
Are you looking for him or
Hi.
no?
I am.
Are they looking? Because I know where they were last generally
no.
located.
No, thank you. I
It's
don't want to know
just
where
me.
Barrett is.
Okay.
It's fine.
Well, wouldn't you want to know for the sake of avoiding them?
I made a promise. I need to stop avoiding my problems.
Okay, fair enough. Well, to answer your question, last I left ahead of them, but I believe they were having a conversation with Alea on the bottom deck of the Iron Rose.
Ah. Well, what have I missed? I've been gone long time, scouting mission.
You have. I was starting to worry that you had up and vanished entirely. And then the next I finally see you, you're up on a cliff, well out of range of anyone else who can't fly. What kind of scouting mission?
Just making sure that the lands are safe.
Fair enough.
What I've been doing everywhere we've gone. Staying in the wilderness. Keeping eye on nature.
Fair enough. Well, I mean, places that we've been, just in general, Fortophilia, Beston Bay, Riker. Were you around in the general vicinity for all of those, or?
Scouting.
Right, well...
Just never staying near.
Fair
The
enough.
people scare me.
I mean, if you were in the general vicinity, as long as you were like within range to kind of at least know where you're going, you probably heard most of the things that happened. I mean, or at least seen it in some degree. I was gonna say, Palvindor's fucking around, finding out in various places. Riker's fucking destroyed, and we don't know what's happened or why. Well, some might, but if they have, they haven't shared their theories. And now we're here, finishing up long overdue maintenance. Well, as far as everywhere we've been, this is probably one of the few, mostly assuredly safe havens we have to have this kind of rest without having to also be constantly on guard. So that's why we probably came here. I also was in close proximity to where we were previously, that being Riker. We intended to stay there longer, but, well, with it being, well, wrecked, there wasn't really much reason to stay for longer than we did. Either way, if you've been around,
Who are these new people? Not actually to talk to them. I've been avoiding.
Yeah, that would probably be... Do you mind if we sit down? I've been standing a lot today.
I'll never
Also,
give
your
you.
sword's really cool.
Oh,
I don't know
well,
what it's called.
I'm sorry for inconveniencing you so. I will repent with my life. Anyways.
No. The life not needed.
Well,
plus, not having to look up at you.
Fair enough. The vast majority of the people that are around were people that came to us over the duration of our stay at Beston Bay. Some through different circumstances than others, but I'd say the vast majority of the people that are unsorted right now were at various points during our like 10 weeks or so, and
Right. Get the torches out.
there were like about 10 weeks
Oh.
or so, and there was like maybe 3 different batches of people arriving by ship, as well as a few that just showed up on foot.
Oh, not food.
They are not food, no.
No, not food.
But yes,
Unfortunate.
If you've been keeping your distance, I suppose that's why you wouldn't have met any of them. But well, in the coming next 2 days, they're going to be finalizing decisions, probably about sorting for not just all of them, but you as well. So I hope you have.
Not talked to any of the teams, but heard all but Aqua taken.
That would be the case.
Yeah, I mean, it kind of makes the decision-making process a little bit, well, simpler on that regard. Hopefully you didn't have any, well, particularly hard or strong feelings for or against any of the options.
Only one.
That being...
Lumen. Obviously.
For or against, should I?
Yes.
I think...
For.
I think our spot has... More or less, I don't know if Rowan has,
She accepted.
She did? Then, yeah, it's already been called for. And I mean, that was even with us considering that we started the whole talks of sorting, not even thinking that we would need to even discuss the matter in the first place. So it kind of, well, just happened.
Did you run into Avi at all? They were looking for you.
That said, just because we don't have an extra spot open does not mean that you are not welcome around us. I would still certainly have you regardless of the colors you wear.
I see small, and I think.
That would be Ezra.
Bullying Barrett.
Sir, earlier, wait.
Bully? Excuse me? Why exactly are you bullying Barrett?
Why not?
You know what?
Not doing it in harm.
Yeah, fair enough.
Like hams.
Pumpkin patch.
Just funny.
Didn't think I was a real mage?
Yep.
Oh, so you're the filler, huh?
Wait, who said you weren't a real mage?
Captain
Pumpkin
Patch
Patch.
being silly.
He thought it was just the relics.
Well, you shared them, right? So that's all that matters.
Yeah. Lots of lightning.
But but what were you saying, sir? Before that?
I
We
don't
haven't, what?
remember.
You were looking for someone, I think?
Nope. I was wandering around and
You said we haven't, and then stopped. Well, what haven't we done?
don't remember.
I feel like I
That's
remember
okay.
hearing the
Don't
word leader, but maybe I misheard. I thought you were potentially talking about something with having to do with Rowan.
No. I just know that Avi is looking for Surlier, and I just ran into Surlier, and then I thought that.
Oh no,
our-
I was talking more about what I
Surlier
thought
here
he
was
said,
some-
but that's a. On that,
This is a mess.
On that matter, something I've been meaning to ask, just because I feel like given that we originally had met before even knowing that you'd be joining us, do you prefer to be referred to by a title, or do you just prefer your name?
Ezra, commander, boss. I don't mind.
Okay, that settles that for me.
Whatever's comfortable.
I mean, it's just
Boss man works too.
I got used to calling you by your name because I didn't know that you were going to be joining us, so it just... It felt weirdly going from, like, casual to formal. I figured it's like, just stick with what was started with.
Alright.
Is that Ezra with a Z or an S?
What is that? Yes.
Okay. Okay.
Good to know.
Or is it be Astrea?
Astrea.
I don't like Astrea.
Astrea sounds like a snake name. Like, you know what I mean?
Astrea.
Astrea.
It almost sounds like the sound you hear when you're about to step on a snake. Astrea.
And then they bite you.
Yeah.
You okay?
Mm-hmm.
Looking at the moon?
Egg, not hatched.
It's not.
I don't want to look at it like it's an egg, let alone think of what could hatch
It's a
out of
boy.
something that big. Don't encourage this. Listen, if that actually were to be something that hatched into something, we'd all be royally fucked way more than the world already is.
You think it's a
It's a
dragon?
bird. It's a moon. No. It's a problem.
Be just little baby moon.
It hatches into a
Several
smaller
moons.
moon.
Well, I mean, if Luna was pregnant, I would imagine she'd give birth to another moon.
Good point.
I know.
Okay, that was not a line of thought that I thought I was going to be having today, but here I am.
Wow.
A celestial
Now you're
body
stuck
giving
with
birth
it.
to a
Why have you cursed me with this thought? Now it's going to keep me up all night.
If it is an egg, it needs blanket.
I want to get to know her better.
Thing. Yep, she's I think she's more of a. You just have to, I guess, impress her at first, and then she'll, and then you can slowly work your way in.
Who?
Sorry.
Oh. Yeah, that was kind of vibe I was getting from her too.
Yeah.
They-
Like when it, like everyone always said, like she was always like mean and distant, and then I was her partner in alchemy, and then we had a fist bump, and so I knew I was in.
She seems nice. The other day I was sitting by myself because everyone else went off. Not being not very good at defending. Unless you count body blocking. Defense.
There we go. That makes sense.
Howdy.
Hello.
Céline? Have you met the newest member of Lumen yet?
I've heard. Yes. We met in passing, I guess not since it's been made official. Well, I suppose it'll be made official in a few days, but...
Right.
For the most part now.
95% of the way there.
Happy to have made it this far.
Good. Good to have you all the same.
Happy to be here. It will certainly be a pleasure to serve alongside you.
As a,
We're missing one. What's behind me? What's behind me? What's behind me? What's behind me? Oh, it's
No,
my tail. Okay.
Oh my goodness, Sonny. If I was gonna say last I saw Barrett, he was talking to Elenia on the airship.
Same. Oh, thank you,
But that was also, I just saw Elenia running by, so I'm assuming he's done with that.
Right.
May I sit?
Sure.
Go ahead. I don't control the seating arrangement.
What sugar pie?
What?
Sunny.
Did you
As go.
I assume she's looking for Barrett?
No.
That's my guess, but she didn't really specify, so... Who knows? Well...
Only Sunny herself, I guess.
In either case, I guess... I wanted to just check in a little bit, since I assumed that there had been some discussion of it. It didn't flare up too badly after, that demonstration in the training grounds, right?
Oh. Not too bad. It was a manageable amount. Rowan made sure of it. Thankfully.
Good to hear.
Had a small bout with Solus, but that was very minor. Not even 2 minutes.
Fair.
So, fine.
Still, being aware of it, I know it is not, it is mostly intangible problems, but it is still something I care about all the same.
Well, if it isn't the newest member of Team Women. Good to have you on board.
Glad to be here.
Now all
By all
we're
means.
missing is our wayward sixth member off on their magical journey through wherever they're currently at right now, because for all we know, they could have left.
Ethan.
He could well be in Droza by now.
I still
Good to have you
am
around. I'm starting to
curious
miss you. I
about
thought
what
you
his
ran off
plan
already.
was on getting back.
No. The long scouting mission.
Look, we have networks. We
Uh,
managed to
me,
make it too
honestly.
often when we went up. There must be able to find out where we
Every
are.
place we've been.
Absolutely.
Nothing but scouting.
But did it nonetheless.
How many stops did you have to make before you find us?
Too many. It was, at some point, it was quite a goose chase.
About a few.
I believe we went from...
I want to hear Vesper's stories about trying to find us, then, if that's the case. That's gonna be fun.
That's gonna be his
It was-
first degree of his payment
Rowan.
for going off and doing that. Is he has
Yes.
to tell us all about it.
Have we informed Winters about the fact that we've chosen Helma?
No,
you can
we have
sit
not.
with us instead of
I've not
administrating
seen her
the
around.
I will do so. If you don't mind me stepping away for a moment, I'll have
Thank you, Barrett.
quick chat with Winters.
I'll never forgive you.
Yeah, I was gonna say she
Audacity.
may or may not. At least last I saw, she was
Want me to
having
switch aside?
a chat with
Oh, not too bad.
Yorl.
Cough is still around, but that's
Right.
not going anywhere anytime soon.
If that
Perhaps you
influences
should have a
anything
conversation with me as well then.
Or do we need to make more? Or
Okay. Have fun with
I've
that.
been slowly peeling off it. The numbing agent I'm fully off now. But, I still probably wouldn't hurt to get some more cream to keep it from getting infected. Actually, now that we're here in Norendale, now would be the time to do it. Maybe tomorrow.
Yeah, I was about to say maybe.
I
maybe
mean,
tomorrow
after
morning
all,
we get out
the
and
well, I guess that alchemists that we knew from before, they have now graduated to head alchemist of that shop, and they're currently trying to train someone else up. Perhaps you can talk to them about getting you hooked up with that a little bit.
Oh, perhaps.
They're-
I do know
they're
someone in the
timid but
city who
kind.
used to make it for me a while ago.
Oh,
So,
Perhaps
I just
they're
go
still
to them. Hope the shop's still intact. I never thought to check.
well, we'll find out tomorrow.
Yeah.
I mean, even if you had checked before, it's entirely possible things have changed. The last time we were here was many months ago.
Months ago.
That's true.
And a lot can change in an area in just a short amount of time.
It has been a while since I spoke to him, actually, now I'm thinking about it. I don't think I even spoke to him. No, I did see him. He definitely made it out. I did see him then. Saw him make it into the castle, so... I don't know how the building is, but he's still around. Unless something bad happened recently.
Homer, you're getting an entire tent to yourself, girl. I just realized.
I'm honored, I suppose.
Yeah. So normally Céline and I sleep in here. And then Barrett and Rowan sleep in that one. So Vesper would normally sleep in that one, but he's not here.
Hey.
So
Sonny, to be fair, for a good bout of time, you, me,
And
and
also staying in
Rin
our
were
tent.
also in that tent, and also only using
Yeah.
one half of it.
yeah. I have a habit.
Also,
I have,
point
like,
of
7
time,
siblings,
I
and
was
also-
in there.
Yeah.
You were.
Just a heads up.
Mm-hmm.
It's more of like a family thing for me, but like I'm used to like piling up on my siblings when they were younger, and so like.
I was gonna say,
it was a
how
habit
many
I couldn't
siblings did you have again? Like 6?
I have 7.
Okay.
Wait.
I can't remember the number. You know better than me, but I do. It was a lot.
7?
Well, I had 7. Some of them are no longer with us. Yeah.
Fair enough. No issues here, I guess, if that was any worry.
I just want to make sure you're comfortable as possible. I realize that
I appreciate it.
now that it's a bit of a peculiar habit. So
I didn't mind it. It was very
Suppose we should
warm
have-
during the winter.
Oh, absolutely. It's really good for winter time.
I suppose you should also know our bunking arrangements for on the airship. It's usually the girls on one side, boys on the other, so I don't know what your beds you have claimed, but...
I have the middle
I think
one.
that's not taken.
I think usually Sunny is the top one.
Also preoccupying the... Well, that's where I would sleep, but we share a bed anyway, so it's fine.
Oh.
It just flickered down for a second. It happens.
Yeah, sometimes it looks like it just needed more wood, so come on. Let me...
Feel free to throw on another log. I mean, we're going to probably be up for a little while at least.
Yep.
It's not wasteful. But
Well, we're also going back on shifts, so...
oh, we're doing the watch cycle again, or
I recommend it. It's
probably for the best.
is that
Yeah,
including the
I
people
don't
that are
know.
going into town doing volunteer guard duty? I don't know if they'd really have them do that
No.
overnight.
They're gonna be busy with Norendal, so I don't think they are involved in the shifts, but...
Fair enough. I mean, I don't mind either way, so I'm not complaining if that's what you thought I was.
I don't think you were. Oh. Something ran over my foot.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Was it your tail again?
No. Was it a snake? I hope it's a snake. I love snakes.
But as for the bunking arrangements, I don't mind working around whatever's needed.
Fair enough. But yeah,
It probably won't
I don't
come into
even
play
know-
too heavily until after we leave. Some people have stayed on the
That's
airship
fair.
periodically, but they've been kind of encouraging us to mostly stay off of it if we can help ourselves. And truth be
course.
told, I don't exactly... It's not like I didn't miss the old lumen gathering around the campfire thing that we used to have going here at Norendel. It hasn't
Yeah.
really been the
It's
same
kind of
anywhere else we go, because we...
noticeably was missing it wherever we went.
Yeah, because we didn't ever set up any sort of thing like that. We just used the airship. If we make long-term
I like it.
arrangements to stay somewhere else in the future, we need to replicate this, because I think it's something that just it was good for us as a team just to have this available to us. Since you notice like how many other people from other teams came here just as a result of it being, you know, set up in such a way that it was
It's a good spot.
It was a good spot, but we also took care to make it somewhere that people would actually want to be instead of sitting on the ground.
That's also true. The rocks were brilliant.
We also put the fences up, but I don't know.
Oh, I think the Rift Beast took part of that down, to be fair. Honestly, something we have to keep in mind. Should we ever go somewhere for long-term planning, what we really need to do is we need to make sure we get the right fucking spot again. Because I know those Ignis bastards are gonna try and steal it right away. I know that they're jealous of us.
Stay mad.
That's so.
Who ultimately picked the spot? Wait, was Rin the one who kind of scouted the spot out? They took our spotter.
Yeah, well, Rin found there and here, and then we as a group agreed that this was the better one.
So they're still partially
Funny enough,
responsible for picking this
The
spot.
other spot Rin found, Ignis have.
Yeah, but see...
But they
now have
that one's really bad and this one's really good, so like...
Yeah.
She's 50-50.
Okay, well... that's still...
It depends on how you wanna.
That's still some high odds. Our work is cut out
We'll
for
just
us.
have to be on the lookout. We could kidnap her, make her work for us for a day, find us a spot.
Put on the gambeson, Rin.
Yeah.
Put it on. You're picking a spot for us.
Put it back on.
We throw some yellow paint at her
Get back
and
in there.
hope that's enough.
Put it on, or we take away your... We make it so you can't make alcohol for the initiative. Oh, wait, that's punishing everyone else.
That's gonna make us a lot of enemies.
No more drunkards.
No more drunk.
There are a lot of people who are hooked on her alcohol because it's like the best thing most of them have ever had.
Oh, her and Robert have it unlocked.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I especially love the, quote, potion of courage, which I'm pretty sure is just hard alcohol. But they call it a potion and refuse to. Yeah, if you get offered a potion of courage, it's most likely just alcohol.
It's like a small blue one usually, but like oh boy.
But everybody, I was going to say, it won't kill you. The things you might do while you're courageous may, but mostly it seems to just kill people's dignity for a while.
Makes sense.
It is a dignity.
Yes. I've seen.
So that's what Luca was partaking in during Beston.
Probably.
Among a member of Ventus.
Right. Him and
he did seem to gain some confidence, so...
Well, I was going to say...
Side effects may apply.
You tend to gain all the confidence, but none of the necessary corresponding skills to maintain it.
Any fine motor skills are thrown out the window the moment you start drinking that crap. It's so funny. Any rational
I've
thinking
noticed
as well.
when a lot of people get around here get super intoxicated, they get 2 times as loud, think they are 2 times as interesting, but the things they're saying are about half as interesting.
Oh.
Only one of them becomes twice as powerful.
Hmm?
Me.
Rin.
I'm twice as powerful.
You
Well,
get...
I'm kidding.
Well, has a brew that lets her just shrug off blows. It's
Yeah. It's,
frankly crazy.
The fact that I was going to say, I still feel like, because I feel like the thing that she'd been working on was inspired by her initial attempts at the improved mana potions. The whole quote-unquote potion of backlash that we called it.
God.
The one that nearly made Barrett shit himself, yeah.
Yeah, the initial attempt, she has a mana potion that's about...
Caleb's stomach.
I was going to say, she has a mana potion that's like 50% more effective than a typical mana potion, and allows somebody to have more mana in their system than technically they would normally be able to handle without having mana burn. But in order to get to that position, the first couple drafts, when someone drank it, they more or less instantly backlashed the second they drink it.
Oh.
And
Barrett.
I was going to say,
Barrett was in one of the testing phases.
Barrett was a
He took
tester.
swig of it, and he was sitting there on the table like.
I believe Gelib also experienced the initial drafts of it.
Yes.
Yeah.
Both Gelib and Barrett had the last version before it was perfected.
Yes.
And I think Gelib's stomach nearly fully exploded.
So,
what she was talking about.
Yeah, so,
yeah.
I believe she might have been adapting those earlier versions into trying to make it something that is able to be weaponized against Rift Beasts, although to what degree of success, I don't know.
So we take the potion. I'll hold their maw open, you pour it in, we close it, shake them around a little bit, and watch them explode. It's gonna be great.
Honestly, stabbing them seems way
That's a
easier,
strategy.
but I'm
I was gonna say,
I
I feel like
suppose.
that's a lot more steps than are necessary to take down a Rift Beast.
Well, I'm looking at it this way. If we can't stab them, we make them drink it, you know? I think that'd work.
What if they don't have a mouth like those ones that were floating eyes?
I'll find a way.
Make one.
Syringes. I don't like that.
I'm not gonna lie, Thana, I don't like what you just said.
What a thought is there?
Did you not hear the response to not have a mouth is to make one?
Oh, no, we were on the same page then. Yeah.
Sonny, no!
Don't like that response.
I
either,
don't.
Sonny.
No, I don't.
Hey,
we are.
all's fair, all's
We
fair,
are
fair,
not
fair.
making additional orifices in Rift Beasts.
I don't even think I could do that. I don't think a 4th circle divine mage could do that. Maybe a prime. A prime might be
Pipe me
able
up
to.
enough and I could get
If
it.
the prime, I feel like if that was something that was preoccupied at times of the primes, that they clearly were too bored.
Hmm.
They can do all these miracles and they're preoccupied with, can we make more mouths than originally were present? Yes, this is my life's pursuit.
You doing okay, homie?
Yeah, I'm just.
I think she's having a mental breakdown at that mental image.
It's just a little.
You guys are rubbing off on me.
I hate that I started thinking about it.
like,
You know, it's the exact same thing.
That's what's really rubbed off on me.
It's the exact. No, stop. Just stop. That line of thinking you have there, stop. Do not continue.
All
No
I'm saying
more.
is that
Easier to
whichever way
defeat.
you get the most brutal deaths are best put on Rift Beast because that's how you get real creative.
I mean, I've already had like cursed thoughts from
You're right.
the things that Ezra was
Honestly,
talking
brown
about
ones, you can't kill
earlier,
them creatively,
and
you know?
other things,
Fair
and
enough.
it's going to keep me up at night already. So this is just icing on the cake. By the way, just because I know we were talking about it earlier, I did clarify with him. He's cool with Ezra, Commander, Boss Man.
Boss
Apparently.
man.
So
I like it.
whatever you're comfortable with, he seems to be cool with. So take that how you will.
He's very informal, and
Oh,
I
for
think that's
title-wise,
honestly
I
what we
see.
do.
Yeah, like if you want to call him by his name, it's not going to offend him.
Also,
good to know.
by the looks of it, he might actually either knows like electric magic, or he might have an affinity for it. I haven't pressed him on the details, but honestly, if that's the case, I might ask him for a couple of pointers.
I know he can I think that, don't quote me on this, but I believe he said that at some point he carries a relic that is attuned to
He does.
So I know he can do. I believe he said he has two. One of them is that thing on his arm. I haven't seen what it does, but he implied that he gets embarrassed to use it in front of people. at
Oh.
one point in time.
Oh,
I don't know why, but he said something about the way that it works. What?
Oh, there she goes.
Oh.
She probably
Fair
said
enough.
something we didn't.
I saw Ferrari run off. Maybe that's what she went to go check on.
Possibly.
Maybe.
But I believe the other was the weapon he carries is the one in question. He also carries a number of apparently alchemical cigars, I think, or something like
Weird.
that.
Yeah.
He used one of them in front of. He can use
How
one of
he
them
intakes
to
his potions.
vanish. So he has one that can render him invisible.
Can I help you?
Come forth.
Is it the Ferrari?
Yeah. I'm just making sure it's not getting into my stuff.
I was gonna
I don't
say,
think we have to worry about-
isn't your stuff in that one?
Well,
Yeah,
I
if
mean, we
anything,
set
I
up the
think it's
third
gonna
tent for a
stop.
reason. We set up that tent because no one's going to use it, so I figured I might as well sleep in it.
Well, we set it up for a reason. When we set it up, we had 5 people on the team.
No. We had to reset them up when we got here.
Yeah, and we had 5 people on the team when we got here.
Shit, you're 100%
Neither here nor
right.
there.
Have you already forgotten the timeline of when these things happened? That's why we weren't planning on
I've
dealing
been
with.
sick, alright.
We weren't planning on doing sorting originally because we were full.
Look, this has been in the work for months.
I don't know the
assumed it was
history
over
behind
by the
that,
time I
but
got here.
I can't believe you
Either way,
didn't
my
care
bad.
enough that you don't remember. Shaking my head.
I've been in the airship for a month.
And whose
How dare
fault
you
is
be
that?
afflicted by your illness. How dare you? How dare
Never
you not
forgive
keep yourself
you.
on your toes?
I can't believe I can't believe Luca did this.
No,
Why
I
do you
cannot
think I do
promise
that?
anything in that regard.
I don't even know what
AJ,
we're
why did
blaming,
you do
but
that? Who's AJ?
I can't believe Luca did this. Why?
Oh, you have an AJ too?
Yeah, you know, just it's a name that floats around, you know. Why would AJ do this?
Yes, short for Andrew Josh.
Andrew Josh.
What?
Who's Andrew Josh? Cap?
Well, I mean, we all have an AJ.
Oh.
We do all have
Remember
an
that
AJ.
alchemist I was telling you about? Well, he doesn't make poultices. Of course.
I'm lost. Anyways.
Don't worry. Don't think too hard on it, honey.
My brain is fried from the amount of long form conversations on varying subjects that I've had today.
Now's the
It's
time
so
to
nice just to
decompress.
sit down and finally shoot the shit.
Yeah, I
miss fire. I miss this fire.
Why
Miss
would
this
you
fire.
be
I remember the
shooting
time that we
shit?
tried to like light this,
I'm
and
not
for whatever
addressing
reason,
that.
the thing lit itself and went out like 5 times in rapid
don't
succession from the
understand.
wind.
As if on cue. Fire pit haunted.
I can't believe.
Strong breeze.
I can't believe that it's happening
I
again.
think some of the soup spilled on it, I think.
We're never beating the
After effect of
allegations.
Connor running by.
We're never beating the allegations of this campsite being haunted.
No. Also, did Caleb come to any of you talking about what's going on in the cave again? Like some weird singe.
I overheard it while I was looking onto the airship looking for Barrett. That's the extent of what I know about it. The last time I was in there was not of my own volition.
You were so right. I'm glad you found your pin, but I'm also really worried about your pin.
Yeah.
I didn't lose it for that long. Why is it rusty?
Good question, because Monty pointed out to me something that didn't even really occur to me. These things are made of solid gold. Gold doesn't rust.
Are these things solid?
That's what he said. He said it was made of gold.
Do I even have one? Did I lose mine? I don't remember.
I don't recall you ever wearing
It'd
one.
be on your gambeson, which you took off.
Oh, fuck.
I was going to say, I don't, but he said at the very least...
That's the second
I mean,
one tonight.
at the very least, I believe he implied that at least, like, the outermost metal of it is gold plating, which means that it should not be able to corrode. And yet it did. Which is a question in itself, but given the sequence of events that led to there, I'm not entirely surprised, but he also kind of implied to hold on to it for that very same reason, that it is something that should not be possible.
Yeah. No, that's a relic of, like...
I mean, they were nice enough to leave it right on my pillow for when I woke up. However, that implies that, you know, they were there at some point while I was asleep.
That's what concerning, I agree.
You know, I feel like if I try to think too hard on that matter, I will drive myself insane. More so than I already feel like I am half the time.
Truly.
That's fair.
Look, I just don't want to go through a dream so bad again that I wake up legitimately thinking that I am in the afterlife. That wasn't fun.
That was terrifying, I won't lie to you.
Those fucking orbs are dangerous.
As if I wasn't a parent of gods.
Reminder, do not touch the fucking orbs.
You don't even have to touch them. That's
Keep it in mind.
I didn't consent to it. They sort of flew into me. And just...
That's the only thing I've really heard about the orbs, to be frank with you, other than what Riley indulged with me.
I mean, to be perfectly
Just
honest...
not to touch them.
It's not even a matter of touching them, it's... You don't have to touch them in order for them to see reason to seek you out, because if they want to have more words than playing a game of yes and no with glowing colors, they can and will, with ease, visit you in your dreams, or rather, it's not even visiting you, you're visiting them. Because they are not, they are on a planar level far away from here. That's the best way I can put it with certainty. The rest of it is theory. But I have been a lot of places lately. And unfortunately, that's where probably all the answers to this stuff lie, which is the difficult part.
Fair point.
That might not be
I'd
true.
imagine, yeah.
I'd say give it time before we start getting desperate, is all.
I wouldn't even say it's a matter of desperation, it's more of taking opportunities when they come.
Either
I
way,
still don't
we
think the
try to
risk
do
is
cube
worth
talks.
It wasn't exactly my wish to be
because
thrown
tabs.
into a
If you have any
interplanar river
particular
and
peculiar
fall
dreams
out
or
of
anything like that,
reality.
notify us immediately and we'll check your wells because they have fiddled people's wells previously.
Like I mentioned in the
try to gauge any dreams I have on importance.
Like I mentioned in the infirmary, with regards to mine, whenever these things have acted up, there's caused varying changes in density of those abyssal pockets nearby my celestial well. I don't know what he necessarily saw in you, if he has looked you over in a similar manner. I assume you did. That was
Perhaps save this conversation for different company.
fair enough. But ultimately, interactions with them can very much affect those things, both for people who already have something underlying and those who have had nothing at all, as can be seen in several other members of the initiative. That said,
All this being said,
you will probably know if it happens. They are distinctly vivid. Speaking of somebody who has had,
All
like,
this-
5 of them now.
all this being said, it's getting rather late, so I think I might turn in.
Fair.
Yes, sir.
Another idea?
Rest well.
I will probably be
It was
not
very
too
nice
far
talking with you.
behind.
Of course, I'm glad to have you.
Right, glad to be here.
Hey there.
Good night.
Oh, hello.
Did you get an invite yet?
Yes.
Yeah, just as luck would have it, I did.
Did you accept it?
That I did.
Alright, I'll tell the Earl to stop looking for you then.
Ah, thank you.
See you.
Best of luck and good job.
Thank you. To you the
What's that
same.
last word? Best of luck and what?
I didn't quite catch it.
I believe
I was
more
more
or
so
less.
entranced by Stacker.
I believe it was more or less best in luck in your new environment or something along that lines. Endeavors. Basically, just saying.
They said
good luck with.
Good job.
The new position. Hopefully, if or when Vesper makes his way back from things, it'll allow us to figure out how we want to integrate everything, because until he's back, we just kind of have to operate under what we got. Fortunately, he's flexible in a lot of things. Otherwise, he wouldn't do half the things he does.
So far, the only issue I can immediately see coming up is having to share the front line with Barrett,
Stacker!
which you said was alright. Stacker's still here?
Yes, they're prowling about. Stacker, come here.
Have you noticed Stacker following you as well, or has it just been me?
Oh, Stacker doesn't mean anything by it. They're just
I know.
They
It's
might
just-
they
I
might just
swear I
have
see
their
him everywhere.
people that they feel comfortable around.
Oh yes.
I will probably be heading to bed
Stacker was
shortly,
just-
but I'm gonna try to go see if
They're behind the tent.
Yorl has freed himself
They're
from
Oh, did you have them? Did you talk to them about the issue that you were gonna have?
I was going to, and then very quickly got locked up upon by something that looks like it was going to interrupt it, and it was something that I did not want to be present for, so I just kind of. But they.
Very well.
They were told
Well-
enough to be
Oh,
aware.
Isaiah.
What?
Oh yes.
But-
This is Isaiah.
Yeah, I'll be back in a. Oh. That's,
Okay,
that,
see you then.
That's what he said.
Hello, Céline.
Hello. Someone just embedded a hammer in the ground. Fun. Let's see. What?
What?
I walked by and I just heard something strange.
Can't imagine what it is you might have heard.
Did it go all right?
I extended them an invitation to the team. I will admit it was completely not at all what I intended to come from that conversation. I have not told them anything. Don't worry.
Oh.
I have confirmed that they did lie about what
that's
Professor
what
Monty told them.
That's what the that's what that conversation was about, was team stuff?
Not originally. It started about the.
Well,
I suppose it was about both.
I suppose it given that there was a potential that they could have been invited to us, the outcome of talking to me seemed like it completely soured even any lingering chances with that, but it seemed to be a mutual thing when I informed them about what happened.
I hear that you have filled your spot with...
We have, with Helma.
Helma
They were the one who I think was at least mutually on everybody's list of people they were interested in seeing join, including Vesper before he went off on his escapades. So that more or less sealed the deal on that front, but good to know that I was right in being firm about not taking hearsay at face value and wanting to hear it from his own mouth. How did he take it? I'm assuming that you were able to directly ask Monty to verify what he did and did not say.
Aye. I asked him. I did not tell him what it was claimed he said. But he assured me what he told her.
I see.
No need to bother him with the accusations.
I
trust him more than I trust her.
I have no intention on it. I was just wanting to make sure that that was the ultimate outcome. Besides, I have plenty of other things I could bother him about if I really wanted to, given how long our conversation went, which was well past the time I was intending to take with him, but...
It seemed you could have been chatting with him until the days had passed.
We have our own project that we've been... well, that he assigned me as a surprise right before we left, and I had questions about it as well as things I felt he needed to know. And it seemed that it was good to bring it up as it was a fruitful conversation. I don't know if he may or may not...
if it's not desired, but is it anything that has any effect on the rest of the folks in the Aether-Tech?
Potentially, based off something that he has theorized, but that would be something that more directly affects you and me. Because it would require your cooperation in order to do it. No one else's. They wouldn't be able to help with it anyways, because it requires the stuff that you and I know. So.
I see.
That said, seeing as he has more or less brought that detail up, I might push him to bring up the matter to you more directly if he's certain on wanting to continue pushing that, since it seems that he is somewhat hoping that if it can be investigated, what he is looking into, that it's something that we are able to do, as he is not able to do it himself, where he presently is.
I see.
But
So
it is...
wait being contacted by him.
I wish to verify with him if he would like me to share the matter, as I feel like it would be something that would be helpful for you to be in the loop on, as, well, you're the one I've worked with just about everything else in this field. And the possibilities and implications of what he is theorizing are pretty substantial. That's the most I want.
I shouldn't be surprised.
Yeah. With him, no. No, you should not be. But I will verify with him if he's okay with that matter, and then perhaps while we still have the opportunity to engage with him, you could hear from his own lips what he's... this wild idea of his. And trust me, I say that non-sarcastically. It is out there. But if it worked...
I shall await that conversation with bated breath.
Yes. I apologize for being vague on the matter. It was something he was very hard-pressed to insist was not made a large person endeavor by any means.
I'm sure you are fully aware of how much the two of us understand that.
I definitely do. Which is why I'm comfortable telling you things that I probably wouldn't tell anyone else. Because we are irrevocably connected in that regard. Anyways, I figured I'd give you a heads up on that, but thank you for letting me know. Hopefully they don't cause you too much trouble in that regard.
I should hope not. I think it is going to be very interesting.
That said, well, it did not leave a good feeling for Lumen after the things that they had spoken to her about. In parallel to the overall concern. So, if they cause problems, likely the rest of the team will be more than willing to back you up in resolving it. However that needs to happen. Just keep that in mind. And with that, I'll leave you be. Enjoy your drink.
Good night.
What a day. Now the question is, if he did not tell them about all that, then who?
You're doing just fine. I'd be stressed out if I were you too. It's okay.
Hey, sweetheart. Appreciate it. I had a conversation with Winters, and it pretty much went the same way as your conversation.
So about as well as I anticipated it would go.
I tried to make her understand it from a standpoint of the initiative. Can't make risk of just giving this out to everybody because this project technically is still in its infancy. Could be tampered with, could be fucked with. People could just, in the end of the day, cause it to do whatever the fuck they want with it. Plus, if they figure out what we're using for it, Rosewood would be just...
Well, they already threw around terms.
Into the high hills.
They already threw around terms indicating that somehow they know general basis of where it came from, but the source of knowledge on who told them that turned out to be a lie, according to Yorl, who went and did some fact-checking. So
you asked Monty, and Monty said no, they didn't have a conversation?
Well, no, they did have a conversation, but apparently the things that he verified they did talk about did not line up with the things that she was claiming they talked about, let alone other factors. So they have a proclivity to stretch the truth in an effort to get people to open up on things that they think other people have already spilled the beans on, which is alarmingly similar to the behavior of that other person back in Beston Bay who was doing the exact same thing, so fortunately I already had practice in deflecting. Either way, he and I are basically on the same page of that regard of we trust only each other on that matter, and anyone who says that they got information from someone else needs to be fact-checked without the other person around so they can't tamper with it.
As I said, I understand her position of wanting this technology to be shared for the sake of everybody.
I would not be surprised.
But right now
if
it's
the
too risky.
Insistence on it is more of a belief that if they somehow were to accomplish doing that, that they would have leverage over them be removed, i.e. probably something to do with the sister that was mentioned. That would be
Believe
my
me,
first
that's something I've
suspicion.
already considered.
Which is why I could see why they are so belligerent about the idea and get angry at anyone who implies that matter, but ultimately, it's not any of our decisions to make except for the leadership. So that would be Ezra, that would be Acteris, that would be the other professors. That is their call, not
absolutely.
ours to make. And if anyone did make that call on their stead, God's help them. Because they will be...
I've had a conversation. I've had a conversation with Thrain. Thrain is one of our more stealth-savvy members of the Ox Force.
I'm aware.
I've asked him specifically to keep an eye on Winters. See if there's any sort of potential problems.
Well, don't
people
worry,
she might talk
there's
to.
a number of people that are now alarmed on that matter. I've made an indication to Yorl
Good.
that should there be an issue, as it seems that the conversation that they proceeded to go have after I walked up and took a direction that ultimately turned into them being on Aqua, so she's his problem now, as far as anything they may or may not do. I did say...
She's not Aqua's problem.
Let me finish. I did indicate that if they do stuff where it requires needing it to be handled definitively, however that needs to happen for it to sink in, that probably Lumen would be behind him on that matter, because we have similar concerns about their conduct.
As Shan, she will be protected. Vesper will not touch her. And for the sake of it, if we should encounter her sister, we will try our best to potentially bring her into the Ox Force. But regardless of that matter, if she decides to double cross us, do whatever the fuck that comes then.
I'm just saying.
I was very clear when I last talked to her about the entire matter. She knows what she's gotten herself into.
I'm just saying. She's only someone that should be protected if they aren't doing things that are intentionally harmful to us. And right now, to be perfectly honest, I am uncertain as to whether or not that is true. And I don't like that it's unclear.
I'll have to...
Because I'm having to play a game of keep away that I'd really rather not play. And it is not something that I need on top of the other matters that I've been having to deal with for the past couple months. So, just take it how it is. You are free to handle things however you wish. But quite honestly, I am not willing to put up with it to the same degree because I have too much going on as it is.
I understand, love.
Justifiable.
If I try to watch
In
out
the
for
end, we can
someone
only
who
do so
is
much.
trying to pull secrets out of me that are not mine to give, I can't do that.
As I said, I've told her as well. Made the right choice. Overall, even if it might not be our choice to give that info, overall I can see her point of wanting this information to be out there, but she needs to understand that we have our own reasons to keep this secret.
With how people
Doesn't want to
reacted
understand
from just
that.
mere assumption of what it could be used for versus how it actually can be used, applying that to a global scale would just be asking for trouble.
Then, absolutely my point.
Anyways, I'm honestly just too mentally exhausted at this point. So I'd like to go ahead and just retire.
No worries,
Yeah,
darling.
I'll see you.
We
in
go
a bit,
get comfy.
though.
I got this little thing I want to drop off at Kira's little place.
If I'm already
I made her something.
If I'm already dead asleep, don't worry, I probably will not wake up if you jostle me around, as long as you're not shaking me like crazy.
No, you get the rest of you.
If you want me to shake you, I can gladly do that.
I would prefer you didn't.
Oh, wow.
Thana, you're lovely. I appreciate you. Never change.
I was still screaming.